The ocean is vast, but its mysteries are even larger. It's not just the depth, it's what moves within it. Shapes that don't match any species we know. Sounds that echo across the sea, with no source we can find. And creatures so alien in design, they seem to belong to another world entirely. One was seen only once, drifting like a translucent membrane, pulsing as if alive, then gone. Another made a noise louder than any whale, picked up thousands of miles away, but was never seen. And some leave behind only clues, a shark tag that ends in a sudden plunge and a spike in heat. Suction marks on a whale wider than any squid we've ever documented. And lights, blinking, paired like eyes, just beyond reach in the camera's dark. These aren't stories. They're not folklore, not fictions whispered by sailors. They are recorded, observed, analysed, and still unexplained. So get comfortable, let your thoughts drift as we descend beneath the surface, where the rules of biology bend, where life doesn't just survive, it hides. The deeper we go, the less sense it all makes. Let's begin. The ocean is vast. It stretches farther than the eye can see and plunges deeper than we can truly comprehend. But even more than its size, it's the silence that defines it. A silence not of absence, but of secrecy, as though the sea itself is holding its breath, unwilling to give up what it knows. And sometimes, what it knows defies what we think we understand. This is one of those stories. It begins not with a sighting, but with a scar. In the spring of 1977, a dead sperm whale washed ashore on the coast of southern Chile. It was massive, even by whale standards. Nearly 50 feet long, its skin a canvas of pale greys and bruised blues. Locals gathered to witness the strange appearance, but it wasn't the sheer size of the whale that drew attention. It was what marked its body. All along the whale's flank, like rings carved by some impossible force, were scars, circular, uniform, and unnervingly large. Too large. Marine biologists who examined the carcass were quick to recognize what the scars likely represented: the telltale imprint of a squid's tentacular grip. But there was a problem. The scars didn't match any known species. They were far too big, too symmetrical, and too deeply etched into the whale's flesh. Not even the largest specimens of Archaeoteuthis, the legendary giant squid, left scars like this. And though the colossal squid, Mesonicoteuthis hamiltoni, had been documented in southern ocean waters, its reach, as understood at the time, didn't quite explain what lay before them. There was something missing, or rather, something hidden. Before we return to the story, a quick heads up. The visuals in today's video are intentionally subtle. These mysteries took time to uncover, and even longer to piece together. So feel free to listen in the background while you go about your day, or simply let your mind wander. The images are here if you want them, but they're not essential. Thanks for being here. Let's get back to the mystery. Over the decades that followed, more whales were found, and more scars. From the coastlines of New Zealand, to the frozen inlets of the Southern Ocean, to deep water retrievals by Japanese whaling fleets. Each of these whales told a similar story. Their bodies bore the marks of something massive, something strong enough to engage a full-grown sperm whale in battle, something with arms thick as tree trunks, lined with suckers the size of dinner plates, capable of anchoring themselves to the flesh of a predator that had ruled the ocean's depths for tens of millions of years. The question was no longer if these battles occurred. The question was with what. Sperm whales are not passive giants. They are apex predators, designed by evolution to hunt in total darkness. Their massive, block-shaped heads house the largest brains of any animal on Earth and an echolocation system that rivals the most advanced sonar ever built. At depths that crush steel and freeze flesh, these creatures navigate with ease, hunting giant squid with clicks so loud they can stun prey with sound alone. They are deep-sea hunters, bold, intelligent, and aggressive. So what kind of creature leaves them scarred? And more disturbingly, why have we never seen it? To understand this mystery, we have to look at the evidence left behind. Not footprints, not photographs, but impressions, scars, silent records of combat inked into skin and muscle, preserved long enough to surface and be seen. The scars vary in size, but some span over 18 centimeters in diameter. That's larger than the known sucker size of the colossal squid, which already dwarfs Architeuthis in both mass and girth. In some cases, the scars form clear patterns, double rows of near-perfect circles trailing across the whale's body in looping arcs, exactly where one would expect a squid's tentacles to wrap during a struggle. Experts call these battle scars, and in the world of deep-sea biology, they are treated with the same weight as fossil evidence. Because down there, in the cold and the dark, direct observation is almost impossible. It's too deep for regular submersibles, too remote for casual exploration. Most of what we know about the abyssal life comes secondhand, from what floats to the surface or washes up on shore. So when a whale emerges from the black with fresh wounds that shouldn't exist, we listen. But there's more to this story than markings. In 2003, a sperm whale was brought to a whaling station in Japan. Researchers noted the usual array of deep-sea injuries, scratches, scars, bite marks, but one in particular stood out. On the lower jaw of the whale, just beneath the row of teeth, was a deep gouge. Not a bite, but a suction wound. One so large and pronounced that it had partially healed, forming a raised ridge of scar tissue almost 2 feet wide. It was recent, and it was deliberate. This wasn't a random injury. It was a direct point of contact, the kind you'd expect if a whale had tried to bite something, and that something had latched onto its jaw in defense. Forensic marine biologists believe the encounter must have occurred at extreme depth. The lack of scarring around the eye and the clean nature of the wound suggest that the fight happened in darkness. The kind of darkness that only exists thousands of meters below the surface, where light cannot reach, and the pressure is enough to crush a submersible like a can. It is here, in these vast unlit spaces, that the theory of the unseen giant takes shape. Not a myth, not a sea monster, but a possibility that somewhere in the black exists a species of squid larger than any ever recorded, larger than Architeuthis, larger than the colossal squid, a creature so deep, so elusive, and so perfectly adapted to its world that it has remained undocumented by science, known only by the wounds it leaves behind. It sounds impossible, but nature has surprised us before. In 2007, Japanese researchers aboard the Shinyo Maru caught rare footage of a giant squid off the coast of the Ogasawara Islands. It wasn't the first time Architeuthis had been photographed, but it was one of the clearest and most aggressive. The squid attacked the bait with astonishing speed, wrapping its tentacles around the line and flashing its chromatophores in waves of silver and red. It was a reminder. These creatures are not passive. They are predators, and they do not fear confrontation. Now imagine something bigger. But if such a creature exists, why haven't we seen it? Why hasn't one washed ashore or been tangled in a deep-sea net? To answer that, we have to understand the limits of our own observation. The average depth of the ocean is around 12,000 feet. That's over 2 miles down. But most scientific exploration, even with remotely operated vehicles, rarely goes beyond 6,000. The abyssal plains, where many of these squid are believed to dwell, are some of the least explored regions on Earth. There are trenches so deep and vast that they could hold entire cities, and we wouldn't know they were there. Moreover, deep-sea squid are gelatinous. Their bodies are soft, filled with ammonia-rich tissues and thin membranes that don't preserve well. When brought to the surface, their structure collapses. They lose form. They fall apart. Even colossal squid specimens retrieved by deep trawling often arrive mangled. Arms missing, heads distorted, size reduced. If a giant squid of unknown classification exists, it would likely be even more fragile. It might not even survive rapid pressure changes long enough to surface intact, and so it remains out of reach. But its impact does not. In 2012, a team of Norwegian marine biologists analyzing beached whale data from the Barents Sea noted a disturbing trend. Many of the sperm whales found along the coast bore not just suction scars, but internal trauma consistent with extreme underwater pressure shifts, as if something had forced them to dive deeper, faster, and more violently than their physiology could handle. They coined a phrase for it: deep chase behavior. It implies pursuit, not by the whales, but of them. What if the unseen giant is not just prey? What if it's a predator? Sperm whales are known to dive as deep as 3,000 meters in search of food, but they don't do it lightly. These dives are dangerous, exhausting, and carefully timed. For a whale to be forced into a sudden, panicked descent suggests one thing: fear. Something was chasing them, and that something had to be big. The ecological balance of the deep sea is poorly understood. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the life beneath our own oceans. There could be entire predator-prey dynamics playing out beyond the reach of our instruments. Silent dramas of survival that leave no trace beyond the scars they etch into flesh. And yet, the evidence keeps coming. In 2019, a deep-sea ROV exploring off the coast of Antarctica captured unusual sonar readings at a depth of 2,300 meters. The device registered movement, large, fast, and undulating, but the visibility was poor. What the ROV's cameras did capture, however, was chilling. For just a moment, less than a second, something massive passed across the outer beam of the lights. No clear shape, no detailed anatomy, just the flash of a limb, pale, slick, and lined with suckers the size of coins. Then it was gone. The footage remains inconclusive. Some have dismissed it as a trick of shadow and water distortion. Others believe it could be the tentacle of a known species, magnified by proximity. But those who study squid behavior noticed something odd: the speed of movement. The arm didn't drift or wave. It lunged. Fast, deliberate, powerful. The kind of motion used for capturing prey. And the ROV was the only thing in the area. Could it have been mistaken for a whale? Could the unseen giant have revealed itself, only to retreat when it realized its mistake? No one knows. Which brings us to the strangest part of all. If this creature exists, if it's real, and not a convergence of over-interpreted data, then where is it hiding? The answer might lie in a concept known as the deep pelagic zone. It's not a place with boundaries, not a region marked by temperature or salinity. It's a behavior, a life strategy. Creatures that live in the deep pelagic zone are not bottom dwellers. They do not anchor themselves to the seafloor. They do not hide in trenches. Instead, they float. They drift. They live in the open water column, miles from the seabed, miles from the surface, in a void so empty it barely registers on sonar. These organisms are the true ghosts of the deep. Some scientists believe the unseen giant, if it exists, would have to be one of them. A drifter, a traveler, a predator that hunts in the void. That would explain the rarity of sightings, the lack of carcasses, the elusiveness. It would also make it nearly impossible to detect. Traditional deep-sea exploration focuses on the floor. We map terrain, we trawl the bottom, but in the vast blue in between, anything could be hiding. Anything. The story of the unseen giant isn't about fantasy. It's about pattern, wounds, behaviors, brief glimpses, unexplainable data. Together, they form the outline of a creature we have never seen, but one we may have already encountered. A creature that has fought sperm whales for millions of years and left its mark on every ocean basin. A creature that continues to elude our gaze, but not our imagination. Perhaps it is still out there. Perhaps it always was. And maybe, just maybe, it's watching from the dark, waiting for us to look deep enough. But not all questions float to the surface. Some sink. Some leave no bones, no name, no footage, only scars, and the silence that follows. Story 2. The Colossal Squid's Riddle. From the darkness that churns beneath the waves, to the scars left upon the largest predators Earth has ever known. The story we just explored hinted at something vast, something powerful, something unseen. But what if the mystery is not only about what we can't see, but about what we've barely seen? Not a myth, not a ghost, but a body, a creature that science has touched, just barely. Not through blurry photographs or whispered rumors, but through real specimens hauled up from the deep. And yet, we know almost nothing. The colossal squid is not a sailor's tale. It is not a cryptid. It is real. It has been measured, dissected, preserved. And still, it remains one of the most elusive animals on the planet. Because unlike most creatures of the deep, which vanish without ever being found, the colossal squid keeps leaving behind bodies, but never a living one, never one caught in motion, never one observed in its domain. It is as if we have only ever seen the shadows cast by its corpse, and never the thing itself. And for every question, these rare remains answer. They seem to raise 10 more. This is the riddle of the colossal squid. The Southern Ocean encircling Antarctica is unlike any other on Earth. Remote, storm-racked, and brutally cold, it is one of the least accessible regions on the planet. Its waters are driven by the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, a vast conveyor belt that keeps warm northern currents at bay, forming a kind of rotating fortress around the icy continent. Within this isolating gyre lies an abyss of life and of mystery. Here, beneath the churning black swells, colossal squid glide in silence. We think. No one has ever seen one alive in its natural habitat. The first hints of its existence came not from sight, but from the stomachs of whales. Sperm whales, the deep-diving leviathans of the Southern Ocean, return to the surface with strange wounds carved into their flesh. massive circular scars lined with overlapping impressions, as if made by rotating blades or toothed plungers. The marks are too large to be from any known squid, except perhaps one. And sometimes, when whales are hunted or stranded, scientists find beaks in their stomachs. Not the small chitinous jaws of common squid, but immense parrot-like beaks the size of a man's hand, darkened with age and chemical hardening. Each of these beaks corresponds to a species that, at first, no one could identify. Then, in 1925, the first pieces began to surface. A pair of colossal squid arms were recovered from a sperm whale caught near the Falkland Islands. These arms were unlike those of the already famous giant squid. For one, they were shorter, but far thicker, more muscular, and most terrifying of all. Instead of simple suckers, they bore swiveling, toothed hooks, rotating hooks. Even in death, they looked like weapons designed not just to capture, but to wound, to latch and shred. The creature they came from was named Mesonychoteuthis hamiltoni. Today, we call it the colossal squid. Unlike the giant squid, which is longer and more slender, the colossal squid is built like a tank, heavier, tougher, with a body designed to resist pressure and crush prey. But for decades, we only knew it from pieces. Fragments pulled from whale guts, scraps found floating in the sea. The whole animal remained unseen. That changed in 2003, when a Russian trawler fishing for Antarctic toothfish hauled in something that should not have been there. A young female colossal squid. It was far from full grown, but even in its immature state, it measured over 5 meters long and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Its body glistened with an oily sheen. Its arms were lined with those same terrifying hooks. And its eyes were larger than any seen on Earth. Each eye was over 10 inches across, roughly the size of a dinner plate. These were not just big eyes, they were perfect eyes, optimized for detecting bioluminescence in pitch-black water. Capable, perhaps, of spotting whales approaching from hundreds of meters away. A predator with eyes that could see in the dark like a god. When news of the catch broke, it sent a ripple through the scientific community. But the squid didn't survive. It had been damaged by the net and frozen soon after. It would not be the last. In 2007, another squid, this time a full-grown adult, was caught near the Ross Sea. The fishing vessel San Aspiring brought up a creature that defied belief. Weighing in at over 1,000 pounds and stretching more than 14 feet long, this colossal squid was the largest intact specimen ever recorded. And once again, it was dead. Scientists rushed to preserve it. It was eventually thawed and examined at New Zealand's National Museum, Te Papa, where a team of biologists and marine specialists spent hours documenting its anatomy. And what they found was both incredible and baffling. First, the hooks. Unlike the giant squid, which possesses suction cups with serrated rings, the colossal squid has swiveling hooks mounted on muscular stalks. Some hooks have sharp points. Others have 3 claws, like grappling devices. These hooks rotate. No one is entirely sure how. Muscles embedded in the arm tissue seem to allow the hook base to twist and spin, giving the squid a terrifying grip on anything it catches. Second, the mantle, the main body, was filled with thick, dense flesh. Unlike its more slender cousins, the colossal squid seems adapted for ambush rather than pursuit. It doesn't swim fast. It lurks, waiting, conserving energy in the icy waters. Its metabolism, scientists believe, is among the slowest of any cephalopod, Its flesh is loaded with ammonia-rich fluids to maintain buoyancy without muscular effort. It floats nearly motionless, invisible, until it strikes. Then there are the eyes, larger than any in the animal kingdom. Not proportionally, absolutely. With eyes this large, the squid can detect faint flashes of light, like the bioluminescence of disturbed plankton, triggered by nearby motion. A passing fish, a swimming whale, or perhaps another squid. Some theorize the colossal squid uses its eyes not to hunt, but to avoid being hunted. Its only natural predator is the sperm whale. In the eternal darkness of the Southern Ocean, eyes this large may offer a crucial edge, a way to detect the approach of danger long before sound or vibration can reach it. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite being the largest known invertebrate in mass, the colossal squid has almost never been observed alive. Not in motion, not in video, not in the wild. Only a few blurry clips exist, most of them brief encounters with injured individuals near the surface. One video, captured by Russian fishermen, shows a struggling squid latching onto a netted fish. It appears sluggish, disoriented, the kind of behavior expected from a deep-sea creature thrust into the wrong world. We've never seen it in its element. We don't know how it mates, how it moves, how it hunts. We don't even know how large it truly gets. The largest measured specimen was over 1,000 pounds. But estimates based on beak size recovered from whale stomachs suggest individuals may grow significantly larger. One such beak, found inside a sperm whale caught decades ago, belonged to a squid at least 2,000 pounds in weight. That would make it the largest cephalopod ever recorded, and possibly the largest predator in the ocean without a backbone. So why haven't we seen it alive? Why is the colossal squid, a creature so large, so real, still hidden? Part of the answer lies in the depths it calls home. The Southern Ocean is hostile to exploration. Icebergs, sub-zero temperatures, constant storms. Most submersible deployments have focused elsewhere, in more accessible waters. And unlike the giant squid, which may occasionally venture into shallower currents, the colossal squid appears to be a creature of depth. Perhaps even more elusive is its behavior. It may spend most of its life drifting passively in darkness, conserving energy, waiting, a ghost in the cold. And unlike active predators, it may rarely need to move. Its meals may be slow-moving fish or other squid, ambushed, immobilized, consumed. Its life may be one of stillness, a 1,000-pound shadow suspended in blackness. This raises another question. How many are there? We don't know. Estimates vary wildly. Some scientists believe they are relatively rare, and that whale stomachs only occasionally turn up their remains by chance. Others think they are far more common, but simply unseen. A 2015 study on sperm whale diets found that beaks from colossal squid were a frequent component of their stomach contents. If sperm whales routinely hunt colossal squid, it would suggest that Mesonychoteuthis is not just an occasional anomaly, but a significant part of the deep-sea food web. This, in turn, implies a population far larger than we ever imagined. But if that's true, where are they? Why haven't we captured clear footage? Why don't more carcasses wash up? The answer may be as strange as the creature itself. The colossal squid may be too heavy to rise after death. Unlike whales, which are filled with air and fat, dead squid may sink. Their ammonia-filled tissues are buoyant while alive, but once decomposition begins, gases may not form fast enough to overcome their mass. They fall down into the abyss, into the Hadal depths, where no light penetrates, and scavengers quickly erase what remains. This may be why we only encounter them when they're caught, snared in fishing lines, dragged up by accident, or found in the mouths of something larger. There's another possibility, one that scientists hesitate to mention, but that haunts the edges of this story. What if the colossal squid is not the top of its lineage? What if it is prey to something even larger? Some researchers have pointed out that the largest scars found on sperm whales are too big for even a full-grown colossal squid. That the suction marks suggest a squid with limbs over 50 feet long. And while no such creature has ever been caught, the logic is compelling. If colossal squid exist, undiscovered for so long, could their ancestors or relatives have evolved even greater sizes? Could the ocean still hide something larger? Something no net has ever reached? Some suggest the deep sea may host multiple large squid species and that Mesonychoteuthis is just the one we happened to catch. Others wonder if climate change, shifting currents, or human activity may push these creatures closer to the surface. And when they do, we might finally see what the ocean has been keeping from us. But for now, the colossal squid remains a symbol, a paradox. It is both known and unknown, measured but never observed. It is real, but only in death. And that perhaps is what makes it so haunting. It is the embodiment of the deep sea itself, silent, powerful, elusive. Its hooks glisten with design, its eyes shine with ancient precision, and its body drifts through darkness, seen only when it is too late. Perhaps, somewhere beneath the Antarctic twilight, it watches, from a distance, from a depth we have yet to reach, waiting for the light to go away, so it can rise and be seen, or not. Story 3. The Oarfish and Deep Sea Omens. From the silent depths where the colossal squid drifts unseen, only revealing its secrets in death, our gaze shifts now to something more visible, but perhaps no less mysterious. For not all deep-sea anomalies remain hidden. Some rise, some breach, and when they do, the world notices. Long, ribbon-like, almost mythical in their appearance, oarfish don't just haunt the dark zones of the ocean. They surface, and when they do, something else often follows. In coastal villages across Japan, the Philippines and Indonesia, there is a saying, "If the oarfish comes, the earth will shake." A belief passed down for centuries, whispered by fishermen, etched into folklore, not just because these animals are rare, but because their arrival, so sudden, so strange, seems to foreshadow disaster, earthquakes, tsunamis. The idea that a creature from the abyss might serve as a herald of destruction feels like a story ripped from legend. But is it myth or memory? Let's look closer. The oarfish is, in every sense of the word, unreal. And yet, it's very real. Known formally as Regalicus glesson, the giant oarfish is the longest bony fish ever recorded. It can grow over 30 feet in length, its body like a flattened silver ribbon, shimmering, reflective, undulating in the water like a banner caught in an unseen wind. Its dorsal fin, bright crimson and running the entire length of its spine, flickers with every movement. At its head, a small beaked mouth, huge lidless eyes, delicate rays that flare upward like the antennae of an alien insect. To see one alive is to doubt your own eyes. To see one dead, washed up on a beach, silver scales dulled by the sun, body twisted and torn by waves, is to feel unmistakably that something is wrong, because they do not belong here. Oarfish live in the deep. The mesopelagic and bathypelagic zones, hundreds or thousands of feet below the surface, where light is a memory and pressure would crush most life. There, they drift vertically in the water column, head pointed upward, tail downward. Their movements are slow, deliberate. They undulate their dorsal fin to move rather than using their tails. This posture, this vertical drift, has been called ghost-like, and it suits them. For centuries, no one knew they existed. Stories of sea serpents, dragonfish, and ribbon monsters filled sailors' logs. Long-bodied creatures seen floating near the surface after storms. Slithering shapes glimpsed just before disaster. It wasn't until 1772 that the oarfish was formally described by science. But by then, the folklore had already taken hold. In Japan, they're called Ryugu no Tsukai, the messenger from the sea god's palace, a name as beautiful as it is ominous. The belief runs deep that when these creatures rise to the surface, they bring with them a warning from the ocean's deepest layers. The sea god, angered or awakened, has sent a message, and the message is this: be ready, for something is coming. And yet, we ask the question, why do they surface at all? Oarfish are not surface dwellers. Their physiology is adapted for deep sea pressure, low temperatures, and near total darkness. When they wash ashore, it is rarely because they chose to. Often, their bodies are damaged, their swim bladders compromised. They may be sick, disoriented, or dying. But why at this moment? Why in the days before an earthquake? In 2010, an oarfish washed up on the coast of Ibaraki Prefecture in Japan. Shortly after, a second one was found in the same region. Weeks later, a third appeared. Locals took notice, not because they were marine biologists, but because they were old enough to remember 1995. That year, multiple oarfish had surfaced along the southern coast of Honshu. A few months later, the Great Hanshin earthquake struck the city of Kobe. Over 6,000 people were killed. In the minds of many, the connection was clear. In 2011, it happened again. A series of oarfish appeared along the northern coastline. Fishermen began to talk. Some stopped going out to sea. Then, on March 11th, the Tohoku earthquake struck offshore. A magnitude 9.1 quake. A tsunami followed. Entire towns were leveled. Over 20,000 people lost their lives, and the oarfish were remembered. Coincidence or signal? It's easy to dismiss this as superstition. The mind makes patterns. The heart makes meaning. But what if there's more to it? Some scientists have asked, could oarfish be sensitive to shifts in tectonic activity? Earthquakes don't just rupture the ground. They create vibrations, electromagnetic anomalies, pressure waves that move through the ocean like invisible tides. Some species of animals, dogs, elephants, birds, have been known to behave strangely before major seismic events. Why not fish? In 2011, a study by the University of Tokyo attempted to find a correlation. Researchers combed through decades of data, looking at oarfish sightings and seismic events. What they found was inconclusive. Too little data, too many unknowns. But they also found something else, that almost every confirmed sighting of an oarfish occurred in the weeks before or after a major quake. Correlation is not causation, but correlation can be compelling, especially when it comes from the deep. Unlike seismic sensors, oarfish have evolved for sensitivity. Their bodies are lined with specialized cells that detect minute changes in pressure and movement. Their lateral lines, those fine hair-like organs running along their sides, are exquisitely tuned to vibrations. Could these cells detect seismic precursors, microquakes, pressure differentials, the faint groaning of rock deep below the ocean floor? We don't know, but we do know this: they come up, and when they do, something ancient in us pays attention, because something about them doesn't feel like chance. It feels like a messenger has arrived. But there's another layer to this story. It isn't just the oarfish that makes people uneasy. It's the way they arrive. Sometimes they surface silently, found by beachgoers in the early morning light, still alive, barely moving. Other times, they wash up en masse, not one, not two, but a dozen. In 2017, reports emerged from Baja, California. A string of oarfish, ranging from 12 to 20 feet in length, were found across a 50-mile stretch of coastline. Local fishermen had no explanation. Marine biologists were called. No illness was detected, no sign of trauma. But several of the fish had lesions on their sides, and others appeared to have hemorrhaging in their gills. The conclusion? Possibly barotrauma, an injury caused by a rapid change in pressure. But what would cause such a change? A seismic event? A sudden underwater landslide? Or something even stranger, an acoustic disturbance, a sonar pulse, an underwater detonation? The ocean is full of noise. Much of it is human. Submarines, seismic testing, military sonar. We know these can disorient whales, cause strandings. Could the same be true for deep-sea fish? In 2004, the US Navy acknowledged that its sonar tests had likely contributed to the mass stranding of marine mammals in Hawaii. The cause? Acoustic trauma, a pressure wave, inaudible to humans but devastating to animals that navigate by sound. Oarfish, with their delicate anatomy, may be especially vulnerable. If disturbed, disoriented, or panicked, they might rise too quickly. And once they do, there is no going back. Their bodies are not built for the surface. Their systems fail, and they drift until the tide pulls them ashore, where people find them and remember the stories of dragons, of omens, and of the sea god's messengers. But there is another mystery here, something few talk about, because not all oarfish are found dead. Occasionally, very occasionally, one is found alive. In 2015, a diver off the coast of Santa Catalina Island in California encountered something strange. It moved like a flag in the wind. It hovered vertically, head up, tail trailing below, and it shimmered. The diver, stunned, hovered in place. The animal was nearly 20 feet long. It didn't flee. It didn't attack. It simply floated, as if curious, as if observing. Then, slowly, it turned and vanished into the blue. The diver surfaced in awe. He knew what he had seen, but the footage was grainy, the moment brief, and yet it lingers. Because for all our technology, all our satellites and sonar, we still do not know how many oarfish exist. We do not know how often they rise, or how often they are seen. But we know this: when they are seen, they are remembered. Because they do not belong on the surface. They are symbols, not just of nature, but of warning. In the old legends, sea serpents emerged before great changes. They heralded floods. They signaled the end of calm. And whether those stories were myth or memory, one truth remains. The sea knows more than we do. And sometimes it sends messengers, creatures that rise from the dark, not to terrify, but to reveal. To remind us that beneath our feet, beneath the floor of the ocean, the earth is not still. It breathes, it moves, and in its movement, it sometimes calls forth the ancient ones. Long silver ribbons, eyes wide, tails trailing, carried upward by forces we barely understand, until they reach the light and tell us, without words, that something stirs below, that the sea has shifted, and that we would do well to listen. Not all signs come in fire and thunder. Some arrive in silence, on a morning tide, glistening and alone, waiting to be found, waiting to be understood, or perhaps simply waiting to be believed. Story 4. The 52 Hertz whale, Earth's loneliest voice. From ancient signals that ring out from shifting tectonic plates to pulses that echo through the Mariana Trench like a forgotten heartbeat, some sounds travel vast distances through the sea. But they don't always come in clusters. They don't always suggest a group or a pattern. Some sounds arrive only once, or if they return alone. Not every mystery of the deep is communal. Some are solitary, and some are heartbreakingly so. There is a sound recorded off the Pacific Northwest, too high for any known whale to make, too consistent to be a glitch, and too far-reaching to be a fluke. It is the call of a creature no one has seen, traveling thousands of miles through the deep, with no reply, no echo, no answer. A voice calling into silence, a 52 Hertz signal. No one knows what made it or why, but year after year it returns. And still, it is always alone. This is the story of the 52 Hertz whale, a sound recorded in the cold blue silence of the North Pacific, a frequency no known species should produce, and a mystery that has haunted oceanographers for decades. Let's begin where the sound was first heard. Not in the water, but beneath it. Along the ocean floor, scattered across the globe, are networks of hydrophones, underwater microphones originally laid during the Cold War to detect Soviet submarines. Known as the SOSUS array, these cables once listened for the sound of engines, propellers, the telltale acoustic signature of a vessel trying to hide beneath the waves. After the Cold War ended, parts of the system were repurposed for science. In the early 1990s, researchers at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution began combing through the acoustic data. And in the fall of 1992, they found something strange. A sound unlike anything they'd heard before. It was deep, regular, rhythmic. It followed the patterns of a whale song, the rising and falling pulse, the long duration, the oceanic signature of marine communication. But this one was off. It registered at 52 Hertz. Blue whales typically call it around 10 to 20 Hertz. Fin whales are a bit higher. Even humpbacks, known for their complex songs, don't reach 52 Hertz. This frequency was too high, too strange, too lonely. At first, researchers thought it might be a malfunction, a distorted signal, a mix of noise and technology. But then it repeated, not just once, but again, and again, and again, over weeks, then months, then years. The call would emerge from somewhere in the Pacific each season, roughly between August and December, traveling thousands of kilometers, zigzagging across the basin. It was a migration pattern, but no pod was ever detected near the signal. No other whale responded, and no visual confirmation was ever made. A whale with no name, no photo, no companions, only a frequency. 52 Hertz. That's all we had, for decades. But how does a creature of that size, if it is a whale, stay hidden for so long? And why would it sound so different? The mystery deepened as scientists tried to triangulate the signal source. Multiple hydrophone arrays would pick it up at different times, suggesting it was moving. following a loose migration similar to other baleen whales, perhaps from the Aleutians down toward California. But the pattern wasn't perfect, and the call's signature didn't match anything known, not just in pitch, but in structure. Most whale songs consist of long, drawn-out moans and pulses, carefully spaced, sometimes echoing others in the pod. But this call was more mechanical, isolated. Some researchers described it as unpaired. It didn't harmonize. It didn't mimic. It didn't shift its tone to call back. It just called, endlessly, without reply. For a time, the creature was nicknamed the world's loneliest whale. And though the moniker was meant to reflect scientific curiosity, the anomaly of a creature possibly communicating with no one, it resonated with something deeper. People heard that name and felt something. The idea of a being, large and intelligent, singing into an empty ocean for decades was almost too poetic. And in a world growing louder every year, the idea of someone calling out and never being heard felt painfully human. Soon, the story of the 52 Hertz whale escaped the world of academic journals. It found its way into poems, into art, into songs and documentaries and whispers online. But the central question remained unanswered. What exactly was this creature? Some theories were biological. It could be a malformed blue whale, with a mutated vocal tract that shifted its song higher than normal. That would explain the tone, but not the pattern. Others suggested it was a hybrid, perhaps the offspring of a blue whale and a fin whale. Though rare, such hybrids have been documented before, and their vocalizations might sit in an intermediate range. But even that didn't fully match the acoustic profile, because the 52 Hertz whale didn't just sound different, it moved differently. Its migrations didn't align perfectly with any one species. Its call structure didn't match known hybrid patterns. Then there was the speculative camp. Maybe it wasn't a whale at all. Some oceanographers suggested it might be a different kind of animal altogether, a large squid or a yet undiscovered marine mammal. But this was unlikely. The sound was too structured, too rhythmic, too whale-like in its pacing. Others looked at the possibility of it being an artificial signal, a submarine system, a lost Cold War relic. But that idea fell apart quickly. The signal behaved too organically. It varied slightly each year, like a living voice adapting to change. It moved like a living creature, not a machine. The lonely whale theory remained the most compelling. And yet, it led to more questions. How does a social species, which relies on mimicry and resonance to communicate, survive without ever sinking to its kind? Could this whale even hear others? Could others hear it? Some studies suggested that while 52 Hertz is unusually high for a blue whale, it still falls within the hearing range of many large baleen species. So in theory, other whales could hear it. They just never responded. Why? Was it too different to recognize? Did they interpret it as a threat? Or perhaps as irrelevant noise? Or did it simply not care? Did this creature choose to be alone? We often project our own emotions onto the natural world. We hear a song and imagine sorrow. We hear silence and imagine loneliness. But perhaps this was not a call for companionship, but a declaration of presence. I am here. I exist. I cross your ocean, and I sing, whether or not anyone hears me. Year after year, the call returned. The creature was detected intermittently through the 1990s, the 2000s, and well into the 2010s. Always in the same general region, always calling it 52 Hertz. Some years it disappeared entirely. No signal, no movement. and people feared the worst. But then it would return, sometimes faint, sometimes strong, still alone, still calling. Marine biologists began to form an unusual relationship with the sound. They didn't know its name. They didn't know what it looked like. But when it returned, it felt like an old friend had come back. It was a strange kind of intimacy, a bond formed entirely through sound. In 2004, a research paper formally documented the phenomenon. The authors avoided speculation, focusing on the acoustic patterns and known data. But their closing paragraph hinted at the emotional resonance this creature carried. "The whale calls out," one of them wrote, "and nothing answers." In the years that followed, artists and filmmakers began to explore the story more deeply. Documentaries proposed expeditions to find the whale. Teams formed to place tracking devices in likely migratory paths. Musicians sampled the sound and folded it into compositions. Still, no sighting was ever confirmed. No ship or drone or submersible ever caught a glimpse. It remains to this day an unseen presence, a voice without a body. Yet it persists. And in that persistence, something remarkable has happened. The 52 Hertz whale has become a kind of symbol, not of absence, but of resilience. In a world full of noise, it continues to sing, not because it is heard, but because it chooses to speak. And in that act, it becomes unforgettable. Even now, acoustic surveys continue to scan the Pacific, hoping to catch its call. Some claim the signal has faded in recent years. Others believe it may have finally joined a pod, lowering its pitch to be understood. But we don't know. We may never know, because the ocean is vast, and it keeps its secrets well. But every so often, across that blue silence, a frequency echoes out. High, strange, alone, a note sung in defiance of quiet. A song that doesn't wait for applause, just the continuation of a voice that refused to vanish. A mystery that swims on, calling, always calling. And maybe in that echo, we hear something of ourselves. Not all signals are meant to be answered. Some are meant to remind us that even in solitude, we are not alone. Story 5. The disappearing sea serpent. From the cold, echoing depths of the Mariana Trench and its strange acoustic signatures, we surface only slightly, to a place no less obscure. Not all mysteries come from miles below the sea. Some originate from the very edges of our technology, in moments when eyes and machines briefly glimpse something before it slips away. The story begins in 2012. Not in the open ocean, but on the scaffolded metal bones of an oil rig. It was a Tuesday, the Gulf of Mexico, nearly 900 meters below the surface. By that depth, light is a memory, a silvery dusk, if anything, filtered by meters of shifting salt. The world there is alien and quiet, defined not by sight, but by shape and motion. ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, do the seeing for us. Machines with cameras, arms, lights. They are our eyes in the abyss. This particular rig was drilling exploratory wells for a major petroleum company. The specifics are often redacted. Only those closest to the incident recall the original file names. And even then, most say little. According to those who were present, the footage was ordinary at first. A mechanical sweep of the substructure, checking pipe integrity, valves, and sediment displacement. The ROV lights cut a sterile cone through the murk, revealing the usual: benthic haze, swaying silt, the clatter of robotic limbs nudging cables. Then it happened. On screen, behind the frame of the pipe assembly, something moved. Not quickly, not aggressively, but deliberately. It appeared in the upper left corner of the frame, a long, sinuous form, darker than the water around it. The camera panned left, then stopped, as if whoever was piloting had caught the anomaly too. It moved again, an undulating rhythm, not mechanical, organic. Its surface was matte, featureless, the color of old charcoal. It didn't shimmer or glint. No scales, no fins. Just motion, a pulsing glide, serpentine and slow. Operators on the surface exchanged quiet remarks. Laughter at first, then silence. And then the directive. Keep recording. The creature, if it was one, moved behind the riser pipe, then out of view. What followed was stranger still. The ROV camera froze, then reversed, then cut out. When the feed resumed 30 seconds later, the perspective had changed. The camera now faced downward at the mud-choked seafloor. No sign of the form, no movement at all. Just the slow drift of particles. In the footage archives, what little remains, a timestamp proves the edit. 3 hours of recording. Only 2 were logged. The missing 60 minutes? Never explained. Officially, the footage was lost due to a compression error. Those on the rig were instructed not to speak about the incident. Rumors of disciplinary actions circulated quietly. And the video? It vanished. At least, officially. But strange things have a way of surfacing. Years later, a low-resolution clip appeared on a niche oceanographic forum. A single thread. Anonymous user. The video was titled only 12_07_sub_pipeline_observation.mp4. It showed a murky monochrome image. Static hum. A horizontal object moving behind infrastructure. The quality was poor. Artifacts disrupted the shape. But the movement, it was the same. Slow. Intentional. Too long for a fish, too smooth for equipment, too coordinated to be current drift. The clip was removed within hours. Accounts were deleted, the thread wiped. And yet, those who saw it remember. To this day, the incident has no official classification. It doesn't appear in scientific journals. No biologists were consulted. No footage was submitted to marine life databases. Inquiries made to the rig company were met with silence or denial. The standard reply, no such footage exists. And that may be true, because truth in deep water is slippery. So what did they see? Let's start with what it wasn't. The rig was deep, but not Hadal. At 900 meters, light barely filters through, but it is not beyond human reach. ROVs operate easily at these depths. Most known marine megafauna avoid these zones, but they are not absent. Was it a whale? Unlikely. No known species moves like that. Elongated, tailless, with no visible propulsion. It did not rise for air. There were no vocalizations captured on hydrophone. Was it a giant eel? Perhaps. Conger eels can reach significant lengths, but this shape lacked the taper of a tail. It did not dart or weave. It slid. Could it have been an oarfish? They are deep-dwelling and ribbon-like, often mistaken for sea serpents in centuries past. But even oarfish glimmer in light, their scales metallic and reflective. This did not shine. It absorbed light. Some theories suggest it was equipment, a detached cable, coiled and drifting. But cables do not maneuver. They do not react to ROVS, and they do not vanish. So what then? Enter the old legends. Sailors for centuries spoke of sea serpents, long, writhing beasts that emerged from beneath their ships. Some accounts describe eyes the size of lanterns. Others say the creatures made no sound at all. The 1848 HMS Daedalus sighting comes to mind. A Royal Navy frigate encountering a massive serpentine shape cutting across the surface of the South Atlantic. Witnessed by multiple officers. Never explained. Could the 2012 oil rig incident be a modern echo of those same sightings? Possibly, but it raises a deeper question. Why was the footage removed? If it were an eel or debris or drift netting, why redact it? Why caution the crew? Why lose exactly 1 hour of tape? Some have suggested corporate liability. Oil companies are cautious about safety records. Any unknown presence could imply risk. If unexplained creatures exist near infrastructure, it could spark concern, even fear. Others believe something more deliberate took place. Cover-up. Not necessarily of a monster, but of a failure to explain. Science doesn't always like question marks, especially when they move. In interviews years later, one anonymous technician recalled the event. He said, "It didn't swim. It moved like it was made of water itself. No eyes, no face, just length. We joked about it at first, called it pipeline shadow. But after the feed went black, no one joked anymore." Others described a change in tone on board, a quiet tension. Orders came down from regional HQ, then from corporate. No more discussion, no more rewinding the footage. It was as if the video itself was dangerous. Dangerous how? Not because it showed a threat, but because it didn't show anything we understood. In the years since, similar stories have emerged. Blips on sonar, shapes glimpsed from the corners of remote feeds, but never in focus, never in full, as if whatever it was doesn't want to be seen, or maybe it doesn't care. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth and the least explored. We send machines. They see in narrow frames. They illuminate only what they are pointed at. And in between those beams of artificial light is everything else. Creatures that don't need to surface. Forms that have never needed to evolve eyes. Beings that may not be biological in the ways we understand. Some have posited that what was seen near the rig may have been a siphonophore, a colonial organism made up of many genetically identical units. But even the longest known siphonophores, like the Praia dubia, are luminous and delicate. They don't move with intention. They drift like living lace. This was too structured. One fringe theory points to a deep-sea mimic, a predator that disguises itself as infrastructure, that waits, that adapts. Sound fanciful? Perhaps, but nature is not beholden to our skepticism. We know of fish that create light, octopuses that turn invisible, jellyfish that can reverse aging. So the idea of something ancient, silent, and unseen, that is not science fiction. That is the ocean. And the most unsettling truth? If the footage was real, then we had a glimpse, just a moment, and then it disappeared, lost in a file name, buried under corporate logs, and remembered only by those who were there. Not all monsters announce themselves. Some drift behind steel pipes, 900 meters below the waves, and move only when no one is supposed to be watching. The file has not resurfaced. The oil company never issued a statement. And the rig? It was decommissioned in 2016. Its structures now sit empty, skeletal, and silent. But sometimes, a camera picks up static. A shape flickers across the edge of the frame, and those who know the story lean in, looking for the motion. That shouldn't be there. A reminder that the sea is not ours, that our machines, no matter how advanced, only see what the deep allows. And sometimes, It shows us something we were never meant to understand. The 52 Hertz whale may sing into the void, unheard, but not everything in the deep is lonely. Some things watch back and disappear before we can ask why. Story 6. The Deep Staria Enigma. From flickers in the static to whispers on the wire, we turn now to something that doesn't slither behind pipes or vanish in sonar fog. It doesn't look like a serpent, and it doesn't behave like a fish. It moves with the grace of a ghost, the mindless pulse of fabric in current, and yet there's something too deliberate in its rhythm, too present in its absence of form. Not far from the depths where our last tale drifted to silence, this next mystery unfolded in much the same way. Grainy footage, hushed conversations, and a shape that science still hasn't pinned down. Let's turn our gaze now toward the strange ballet of the deep Staria. The ocean floor has never been a stage, but if it were, then the deep Staria would be its most enigmatic performer. It was first documented in the 1960s, named after the deep-sea submersible Deep Star 4000 that encountered it during an early dive into uncharted waters. At the time, the footage was filed, the specimen not recovered, and the incident placed in the archives as a curious biological anomaly. For decades, it sat in silence, a rare but not unprecedented encounter described in clinical terms as a deep-sea jellyfish. Its body, soft as silk, was said to resemble a plastic bag or a ghostly parachute, vast, translucent, and undulating in slow motion. But starting in the 2000s, as deep-sea exploration technologies improved, oil rigs and ROVs began to spot it again, and again, and again. The shape was never the same. Sometimes it appeared as a thin membrane, stretched wide like a sail. Sometimes it curled in on itself, forming a pulsating sac. And sometimes, perhaps most disturbingly, it seemed to fold and contort like origami, reacting to its environment with an intelligence no one expected. At first, these were dismissed as distortions from pressure or current. But the more often the deep Staria appeared, the stranger its behavior seemed. It didn't swim. It drifted, yes, but not aimlessly. It moved like something tasting the water, something listening, something feeling. In 2012, footage emerged that reignited debate. A remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, operated by the British oil company BP, was scanning the seabed in the Gulf of Mexico. Its cameras, designed for maintenance and inspection, picked up a translucent figure slowly descending through the frame. There were no tentacles, no visible organs, just a membrane, enormous and flowing like a gown underwater. The footage was mesmerizing. The creature's form expanded and contracted like lungs. Thin, branching veins lit up with passing bioluminescent plankton. It pulsed, not in panic, but with a slow, unfathomable rhythm. The rhythm of something that had never known the sun. Scientists who reviewed the footage identified it as Deep Staria enigmatica, a rare species of deep-sea jellyfish first classified in the 1960s. Its bell can grow up to 60 centimeters across. It has no stinging tentacles, no eyes, no heart. Just a gelatinous bell and a fragile network of canals to distribute nutrients. On paper, it is a simple organism, primitive, passive. But there was something about the way it moved in that footage that disturbed people. Not frightened, but unsettled. Like watching a sail twist in wind that wasn't there. like seeing something familiar behave in an unfamiliar way. In the years since that video circulated, dozens of sightings have surfaced, not just in the Gulf, but near the Pacific Shelf, the South Atlantic, and even along the continental slopes near Antarctica. Always deep, always remote, and always near underwater infrastructure, cables, rigs, abandoned stations. The behavior is consistent. It floats into frame. It pulses slowly, as if breathing. And then, without propulsion, without any obvious effort, it moves. Sometimes toward the camera, sometimes away, but never quite like a drifting object, always with purpose. Marine biologists defend the classification. They say deep Staria is known, catalogued, and understood within the limited observations available. That its membrane allows it to trap small prey. That its structure is well adapted to the crushing pressure and still currents of the bathypelagic zone. But that doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain why so many sightings occur near man-made structures. It doesn't explain the way the membrane sometimes folds into shapes that mimic nets or cones, as if responding to presence. It doesn't explain the 2014 footage from a drilling rig off the coast of Angola, where a team watching a routine pipe inspection saw the deep Staria drift into view, hover near a heat vent, and then vanish. Not slowly, not with the current, but instantly, as if it folded into itself and disappeared. That clip was never released publicly, but its description has been passed quietly between researchers and engineers. Some call it a camera glitch. Others say it was an editing error. But those who were there claim the footage was real. They say the creature was watching. Even the name Deep Staria enigmatica suggests a riddle, a mystery of the deep. And if it were just a jellyfish, as the textbooks insist, that should be the end of the story. But it never is. Because strange things happen around Deep Staria sightings. Some divers report interference in their sonar equipment. Others describe low-frequency humming that isn't accounted for by machines. In 2019, a submersible operating in the Indian Ocean experienced multiple system resets during a brief visual encounter with a similar organism. The mission log recorded unexpected EMI, electromagnetic interference, from an unknown source. The jellyfish in the footage wasn't even the focus of the dive. It just passed by. But the systems flickered and then returned to normal. When researchers reviewed the video later, frame by frame, they noticed something odd. The jellyfish's outer membrane briefly displayed a grid-like pattern during the interference, just for a few frames. Barely perceptible, but visible, like static on an old television. Like something was transmitting. That footage, too, was shelved, marked as anomalous, but not relevant to the mission. The creature was classified as Deep Staria, case closed. But if it is Deep Staria, what is it doing? Is it just floating? Just hunting? Or is it responding? Some fringe theorists believe the Deep Staria is not one species, but many. That it may be a general name applied to creatures that appear similar but behave differently. That what we call Deep Staria is a catch-all for encounters with gelatinous, intelligent life forms that haven't been fully understood. They point to its shape-shifting properties, its membranous folds, its near invisibility in water. They suggest it may be a form of camouflage, evolved not just to blend into the deep, but to mimic inanimate objects. Fabric, nets, plastic, even discarded equipment. Some have even proposed that the Deep Staria's most incredible feat isn't its biology, but its ability to remain unnoticed. If it can manipulate light, if it can contort its shape, if it reacts to EM signals, then perhaps we haven't seen what it really looks like. Perhaps what we see is only a mask, a decoy, And perhaps the reason we see it more often near oil rigs and submersibles is because it wants to be seen. Or worse, it doesn't care anymore. It's easy to dismiss these ideas as fantasy. But consider this: the vast majority of jellyfish on Earth live in the upper 200 meters of the ocean, sunlit, plentiful. Deep Staria lives thousands of meters deeper. It doesn't use stingers. It doesn't have eyes. It doesn't glow. It doesn't lure. It waits. And when it moves, it does so with a patience that doesn't match any predator we know. Some believe Deep Staria isn't a predator at all, that it's a filter feeder, that its massive bell acts as a net, catching plankton and marine snow. But marine snow doesn't move. And yet, Deep Staria does. In 2021, a private oceanographic company released new footage from an autonomous underwater drone. The drone, tasked with seafloor mapping off the coast of South America, encountered a large gelatinous object suspended motionless at 1,200 meters. It hovered for over 11 minutes. At first, the AI on board mistook it for a malfunctioning tarp. Then it attempted to catalogue it. The footage shows the drone rotating around the object. There are no propulsion movements, no current, just stasis. And then, slowly, the object begins to invert. Not flap or twitch, invert, like a flower closing in reverse. Its surface folds inward, forming an enclosed sac. The camera attempts to refocus. For a brief moment, the sac appears to contain something, a shape, compact, irregular. And then the object unfolds again, releases a puff of particulate matter, and drifts away. The footage cuts off due to battery constraints, but the image lingers. What did it consume? No known jellyfish behavior matches this. No known prey matches that shape. Was it debris? Was it a creature? Was it one of the drones? The company released the video without commentary. It went viral for a few days. Then it disappeared beneath the tide of trending content. But for those who watch the deep, who track these sightings, it was confirmation. Deep Staria is not behaving like a jellyfish. It is behaving like something observing or collecting. Marine biologists still assert that what we see is not intelligence, but instinct, that the deep exaggerates perception, that our human minds fill the silence with stories. And perhaps that's true. But if that's true, then why do the stories keep happening? Why do more and more ROV operators, submersible crews, and private explorers report the same thing? That when Deep Staria drifts into view, they feel watched, that instruments glitch, that lights dim, that microphones pick up a low, wet thrum that doesn't belong to any machine. The sound is never loud, but it's always there. And when the footage is reviewed later, the creature's body, that vast, translucent membrane, is always just slightly too synchronized with the noise, like it's responding or producing it. We call it Deep Staria enigmatica, but maybe the name is more honest than we realize. A deep mystery, a question that moves, a riddle that folds itself away before the answer can be seen. Maybe it is a jellyfish. Maybe it is something older, something patient, and something that was never meant to be caught on camera. Because when we look at Deep Staria, we don't just see a creature, we see the limits of our understanding and the vast, unsettling truth that some things in the ocean have no interest in being explained. They do not sing, they do not flee, they drift, and they watch. And when the lights go out, they remain, waiting. Story 7. The Gulf of Mexico tube creature. From the folds of deep Staria's ghostly veil, where light warps and edges dissolve, we descend again. But this time, not into myth or theory, not into sonar anomalies or the churn of Cold War secrets. This time, we follow a cable, a simple, steel-reinforced tether stretching through the black. It begins with a dive, one of many, routine and forgettable. The date is April 25th, 2013. The location, over 4,000 feet deep in the Gulf of Mexico. Aboard the Deep Discoverer, a remote-operated vehicle deployed by NOAA, the crew of oceanographers expected the usual. Sediment scans, footage of deep coral, perhaps the ripple of a six-gill shark cruising slowly through the thermocline. But what they captured instead was something else. It moves into view with no fanfare, no attack, no burst of speed. It simply drifts into the spotlight, a pale, translucent mass flaring open like a parachute, and then pulsing, curling, folding into itself as though dancing with the pressure of the sea. It has no face, no visible eyes, no fins, no direction, but it moves with intention, or something that resembles it. Its outer membrane is so thin, so impossibly fragile looking, it seems one current away from disintegration. And yet it holds, shifts, morphs, a living shroud, a ghost without a host. To the untrained eye, it looks alien, otherworldly, like something that belongs in the skies of Jupiter, not the waters of Earth. For several seconds, the camera watches in silence. The creature undulates, its long, tapering tail trailing behind like a streamer. It folds, then blossoms again, revealing curling tendrils within. The footage soon made its way to the surface, and the questions followed fast. What was this? Was it a known species behaving strangely under pressure? A previously undocumented jellyfish? Or had the Deep Discoverer stumbled upon something wholly unknown? For all the tools of modern marine biology, for the submersibles, the sensors, the databases, there was, and remains, no consensus. Some called it Deep Staria enigmatica, but that name already belonged to something else. Others argued it might be a type of siphonophore, a colonial organism, part of a drifting zooid collective. But the morphology didn't match. Still others leaned toward Stygiomedusa gigantea, an elusive deep-sea medusa rarely captured on film. Yet even that seemed imperfect, because nothing about this creature was perfect. It didn't behave according to models. It didn't present like any known subject. It was too large, too fluid, too uncanny. Its movements were deliberate, yet structureless, as though it operated on rules not yet written. And then, just as slowly as it arrived, it drifted out of frame. That brief encounter, less than 2 minutes in total, has never repeated. In all the years since, through all the dives across the Gulf's basin, the creature has not been seen again. Not by ROV, not by submersible, not by trawling net or depth camera. It came, it lingered, and it left, leaving only a digital trace, a video, and a deep silence. To understand why this moment matters, why this single sighting ripples so heavily through the scientific world, you have to understand where it happened. The Gulf of Mexico is a paradox. Shallow in places, yes. A warm shelf where oil rigs anchor and hurricanes brew. But beneath the continental margin, the seafloor falls away fast, into canyons, basins, hypoxic zones where oxygen drops and strange life begins. This is a realm shaped by both time and trauma. Formed over 300 million years ago, the Gulf is a remnant of ancient oceans and colliding plates. Beneath its sediments lie thick salt domes, fault scars, and methane seeps that bubble with unseen life. It is a place of slow catastrophe, of dead zones, and deep wells. A place where carbon settles and pressure builds, and where machines descend to tap what ancient life left behind. But despite the industry that plumbs its floor, much of the Gulf remains uncharted, especially at depth. More than 50% of its deep water environment remains unmapped, and what we have mapped often reveals more questions than answers. Thermal vents that aren't supposed to exist, gigantic brine pools that sit like inverted lakes on the ocean floor, underwater rivers, channels of hypersaline water that flow through the dark, complete with banks, currents, and even trees of coral that cling to their edges. The Gulf is not barren, it is a landscape, and like any landscape, it hides. The creature, if it can be called that, was filmed above one of these dark terrains, a place where the light no longer reaches and the pressure warps the physics of survival. It wasn't hunting, it wasn't fleeing, it was simply moving. And yet in that motion, it whispered something we weren't meant to hear. Many tried to name it. Some suggested it was a pelagic tunicate, a larvacean or pyrosome, gelatinous and colonial, known to form strange tube-like shapes. Others compared it to Bathyphysa conifera, a rarely seen siphonophore with a conical folding body. But the comparison broke under scrutiny. The size was wrong. The structure didn't match. And there was that movement again. Too smooth, too aware. It didn't drift like plankton. It navigated. The most controversial theory suggested it might be an entirely unknown genus, a deep-sea apex without spine or brain, using hydrostatic pulsing to move between nutrient plumes. A predator, but of what? There are no visible jaws, no stinging barbs, no lights to lure. And yet, perhaps it doesn't need them. In the crushing dark, evolution does not reward appearance. It rewards function. A creature could be a trap, a veil, a lung of drifting tissue meant to envelop rather than pursue. Consider the vampire squid, a species once thought monstrous, now known to be a detritivore, feeding passively on marine snow. Or the siphonophores, some of which stretch over 100 feet long, yet move with the cohesion of a single being. The deeper you go, the stranger the rules become. Form becomes fluid. Systems become shared. Identity itself begins to unravel. That may be why the tube creature feels so disturbing. Because we don't know where it begins or ends. We don't know if it's one thing or many. And worst of all, we don't know how close it got. There is a moment, just a few seconds into the footage, where the creature turns. Not dramatically, not like a fish reacting to light, but with a soft, spiraling twist, a reorientation, a fold toward the lens, and it lingers. For 3.4 seconds, the creature hovers, not passing by, not gliding, just holding its position. The ROV doesn't move, the camera doesn't drift, only the ambient particles stir, and the creature watches, or perhaps it doesn't. But in that stillness, something is felt, a presence, not malevolent, not intelligent in the human sense, but aware. We often think of deep-sea creatures as blind, reactive, primitive, but maybe awareness isn't always visible. Maybe it lives in pressure, in proximity, in the choice not to leave immediately. Whatever the truth, the creature eventually does turn and pulse away, back into the black. Some have tried to dismiss the video entirely, saying it was a plastic sheet, a net fragment, a bag caught in a current. But this fails upon inspection. Marine debris does not fold inward like musculature. It does not undulate with synchronous motion. It does not alter its propulsion in reaction to nearby vehicles. And the Gulf, for all its human scars, is not a dumping ground at those depths. This was not trash. It was alive, which brings us back to the silence. Because perhaps the most eerie detail of all is not what the footage shows, but what it doesn't. There is no follow-up footage, no second sighting. No one has seen the creature again. Not in a decade, not even once. We have better ROVS now, better sonar, more dives, but nothing. As if whatever was seen that day simply decided to vanish. Or perhaps it always lived just beyond the frame, somewhere deeper, somewhere we still haven't reached. Or worse, somewhere that watches from below. There are whispers among some biologists, passed quietly through grant meetings and post-dive debriefs. Not published, but murmured. That the tube creature was not alone. That during a later dive, several years later, another ROV picked up movement in the periphery. Not on camera, not clearly, but a heat shift. A displacement in the particulate drift. Too large to be a fish. Too structured to be a current. And then gone. Some call it pareidolia. Others, confirmation bias. But those who are there hesitate when they speak of it. Not out of fear, but out of reverence. Because they know what the gulf can hide, and what it sometimes chooses to reveal. What if the creature wasn't lost? What if it meant to be seen, just once, long enough for the idea to root, long enough for its image to be archived, discussed, remembered, and then withdrawn? There is a concept in deep-sea taxonomy called the singleton sighting. A species observed only once, never again recorded, and left in limbo. Neither confirmed nor refuted. Just archived. A placeholder for something that was, or still is. There are dozens of such creatures in marine history. A glowing eel seen off the coast of Suriname. A two-headed hagfish caught in a Norwegian trench. But the Gulf tube creature occupies a stranger space. Because we have the footage. We can watch it frame by frame. We can slow its movements, track its pulse, analyze its body plan, and still no closer. It remains unnamed. Not for lack of effort, but because naming implies understanding, and we do not understand. We only observed, and sometimes observation is all we get. A window, a shadow, a glimpse of something that drifts beneath the map, something without agenda, without pattern, without need to explain. It passed before us like a dream through dark water, and whether it ever returns is not up to us, because the gulf does not give easily, and some things that rise from its depths only do so once. Story 8. The Mariana Whistle and the Unknown Vocalist. From the Gulf of Mexico's shapeless anomaly to a sound with no face, we now descend deeper into the Pacific. The tube creature moved with deliberate slowness, organic, but too symmetrical, familiar, but too distant. We saw it once, and only once. It danced for the camera in the pitch dark, then vanished into silt. No trail, no echo. But what if, in another part of the ocean, something had left an echo? A trace not in vision, but in sound. The Mariana Trench is no stranger to strange things. Stretching over 1,500 miles long and nearly 7 miles deep at its lowest known point, it is a scar in the Earth's crust where tectonic forces meet and wrestle. It is the place we send our most reinforced vessels, only to retrieve whispers. And in one of those whispers, recorded by hydrophones at a depth few have reached, there was a tone, a sound so peculiar that it earned its own name among scientists. They called it the Mariana Whistle. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a groan. It wasn't static or seismic shift. It was simply a whistle, one that began faint and low, climbing slowly, unnaturally, in pitch, then cutting off, sharp, final, a burst of upward tone that echoed like sonar, but with no response, and there was no known creature to claim it. It first appeared in 2016 in the southern portion of the trench. A team from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration had lowered a series of passive acoustic sensors into the Hadal depths, the zone beneath 6,000 meters where the ocean becomes more pressure than water. They were listening for geological activity, earthquakes, tectonic creaks, maybe even whale calls. But in one segment, buried among hours of low-frequency noise, they heard something else. The team played the clip back again and again. A rise, a long, slow rise. Then, silence. Not a mechanical buzz, not a cetacean click, not the usual thrum of abyssal currents. It resembled no known biological call, and it repeated faintly days later in the same region. Unlike the biotwang, another anomalous sound recorded in the Pacific, this one lacked the tonality of a natural vocalization. It was too clean, too focused. It moved upward in pitch like a scaled signal, almost synthetic, but with tiny imperfections that hinted at something alive, or something meant to mimic life. And most unsettling of all, it seemed directional. It had a sense of aim. The Mariana whistle is less a single recording and more a category, a cluster of similar anomalies. The first lasted just 7 seconds, the next barely 4. Later recordings showed subtle variations. Some started lower, some ended abruptly. One even broke into a kind of flutter, like a vibrato filtered through miles of salt water. But none of them had an identified source. Marine biologists were the first to weigh in. They posited a species of beaked whale, rarely seen and known to vocalize at high frequencies. But the structure didn't match. It lacked the repetition common to marine mammals, the patterns that indicate social behavior or navigation. Others suggested it could be a deep-sea squid, perhaps one with a gas sac, releasing pressure in sudden bursts. But no known cephalopod produces such tonal emissions. Then came the geophysicists. Could it be rock stress? Subduction zone shifts? Microquakes ricocheting through sediment layers? They modeled the acoustic profile. The frequency range didn't align. The harmonic build was too smooth. And most critically, the sound rose upward. Earthquake signatures, even minor ones, tend to pulse in clusters, not sing. So the debate shifted, as it often does with these anomalies. Could it be man-made? Some speculated it was sonar, perhaps a new kind deployed by a deep-diving military drone, the kind of surveillance platform tested in unmarked waters. But the military denied any operations in the area during the recording windows. The signal also lacked the structural fingerprints of coded sonar. There was no ping reply pattern, no Doppler signature. It was a whistle, nothing more, nothing less. But some things, when stripped to simplicity, become more alien, not less. The hydrophone arrays remained in place for several more months. They captured other sounds, whale calls, the groan of thermal vents, even the impact of falling rocks. But the whistle never returned. Not in that location. Instead, in a survey site nearly 100 miles to the north, another whistle was heard. Different pitch, same shape, same eerie rise. Then silence. It played once, then again, 2 days later, then never again, as if the source had moved or migrated. One of the NOAA researchers reportedly likened it to a beacon, not a distress signal, but a kind of location marker, a way of saying, "I am here," to something else. But no reply ever came. The Mariana Trench is not empty. It is home to amphipods the size of human hands, translucent fish with pressure-resistant organs, microbial colonies that thrive on chemosynthesis. It is not silent either. The deep groans, the crust shifts, the vents release, but none of those things whistle. In 2018, a private expedition equipped with a newer class of deep-sea microphone attempted to retrace the whistle's origin. They triangulated the original coordinates and dropped sensors along a 30-mile swath of trench wall. They heard nothing unusual, except once. On the third day, at 3:12 a.m. local time, a faint tone was picked up. It was short, just 3 seconds. A broken climb, almost like a skipped note. But the frequency band was nearly identical to the original. This time, the equipment was better. The directional sensors suggested the sound came from a depth of nearly 10,300 meters, below even the recorded floor of the trench in that region, which, according to topographic scans, shouldn't be possible. A review of the bathymetric data revealed something strange. That part of the trench had been mapped only loosely. Satellite scans suggested a flat plain, but the acoustic return hinted at a depression, a fold or pit uncharted, and perhaps still active. The team wanted to deploy a submersible drone, a remote vehicle equipped with both visual and acoustic sensors. But funding was pulled before the dive could be attempted. The equipment was recovered, the data stored, and for now, unexplored. So the sound remains, 3 seconds of directionless tone, filed beside the original 7, and the later 4, and the flutter. A catalogue of unanswered notes. And in some circles, it has come to be known by another name. Not the Mariana whistle, but the unknown vocalist. It is not uncommon for sound to precede discovery. The Bloop, recorded in 1997, was once thought to be a massive creature before being attributed to icequake activity. The 52 Hz whale has never been seen, only heard. Even human vessels are often detected acoustically before visually. But the unknown vocalist is different. It doesn't match known tectonics. It doesn't match known species. And it doesn't repeat in any predictable way. It lingers, just long enough to be noticed, just briefly enough to elude. Some researchers believe it's a hoax, a misinterpreted signal, a glitch in the playback. Others are less certain. One theory suggests the sound could be a result of cavitation, the formation of vapor cavities in water caused by sudden changes in pressure. If a large enough object were to move quickly enough through deep water, it might create a trailing wake that collapses in a burst of compressed sound. But no known marine organism moves like that in the Hadal zone. Not at that speed, and not without leaving a thermal trail. Unless it doesn't move the way we understand movement. Another theory posits that the sound isn't a vocalization at all, but an echo. That something created a noise elsewhere, and it traveled, bounced, bent by trench walls, reflected through layers until it emerged, distorted and unfamiliar. But this theory assumes an original source, and no one has found it, which brings us to the final, quieter theory, that the sound is what it sounds like, a voice, not necessarily human, not necessarily biological, but intentional, a modulation of water and pressure to produce a shaped, rising signal. Not language, not message, just presence. I am here. No one knows what hears it. If anything hears it, some say it's a relic, an artifact from a long sunken transmitter, a beacon gone mad. But why the upward climb? Why the rise and sudden stop? One engineer who analyzed the waveform said it reminded him of an old analog modem handshake, the beginning of a conversation. But if it was a conversation, only one side ever spoke. The Mariana whistle hasn't been heard in over 5 years, but some believe it will return. And when it does, we may be more prepared, with better tools, better ears, or perhaps we won't hear it at all. Perhaps it only calls once, and what follows it comes without sound. Because beneath 36,000 feet of pressure and silence, there are things we can't measure. Not with sonar, not with light, not even with language, only presence. The unknown vocalist joins a growing list of anomalies beneath the sea. Not ghosts, not aliens, not monsters, just questions, slowly rising, waiting for a listener, or perhaps for a reply. Story 9. The shark that survives everything. From the untraceable call of the unknown vocalist echoing across the Mariana abyss, we now drift northward into colder waters, into older waters, and toward a presence so still, so silent, that it feels less like a living thing and more like a shadow that forgot to leave. It is not fast, it is not fierce, and it has no songs to sing, but it survives. Deep in the polar waters of the North Atlantic, drifting slowly through the gloom like an ancient thought half forgotten, lives a creature that defies almost every rule we know about life. A shark, blind, wrinkled, nearly motionless, and impossibly old. It is called the Greenland shark. But that name does not do it justice, because this animal, if it is only that, has lived through centuries. 5 of them perhaps. Some of the oldest Greenland sharks still swimming today may have been alive when the Taj Mahal was built, when Shakespeare was still writing, when entire civilizations rose and fell. And in all that time, we still don't fully understand how they survive, or what they eat, or what their purpose is. One was found with a polar bear jawbone in its stomach. Another had moose hide, antlers, horse flesh, yet they are blind. They do not hunt in the usual sense, and their bodies are so sluggish, so cold, that they can barely muster the energy to swim. And so the question lingers. What are they eating, and how? But perhaps the more unsettling question is this: why are they still here? In the cold, heavy dark below the Arctic Circle, there drifts a life form older than empires. This is the story of the Greenland shark, the ghost of the North, and what it might be waiting for. The first confirmed scientific record of the Greenland shark came in the 18th century, but indigenous peoples of the Arctic had known of it long before then. Among Inuit communities, the shark was known as ekaluswak. They rarely fished it, and when they did, it was with caution. The flesh of the Greenland shark is toxic if consumed raw, laced with a substance called trimethylamine oxide, a compound that can induce drunkenness, nausea, or even death. In Iceland, fermented Greenland shark meat, called Hadal, is a delicacy, but it must be treated carefully, buried, aged, cleaned of its poison. For centuries, the shark was more of a myth than a marine species. No one truly studied them, because no one could find them. They do not surface. They do not migrate visibly. They do not breach or leap or flash their tails above water. Instead, they drift, often thousands of feet below the surface, past the range of light, past the range of color. In recent years, scientists have begun to study them more closely, with submersibles, remote cameras, and deep-sea tagging devices. And what they found was astonishing. Greenland sharks are not just old, they are ancient. In 2016, a study published in the journal Science Radiocarbon dated the eye lenses of 28 female Greenland sharks. Eye tissue, unlike muscle or skin, doesn't regenerate. It holds the biological timestamp of when the shark was born. The results were staggering. One female was estimated to be around 392 years old, with a possible margin of error that placed her birth somewhere between 272 and 512 years prior. If that estimate holds true, she was born in the early 1600s, meaning that as of this recording, she could still be alive, at over 400 years old. Longer than any known vertebrate in existence, longer than any human civilization still standing, and she is not alone. The average lifespan of a Greenland shark is estimated to be 250 to 500 years, which means that many of the sharks gliding silently through Arctic waters right now were born before modern maps, before the invention of electricity, before the American and French revolutions. They have seen ships become submarines, spears become sonar, and still they drift, slow, unbothered, watching. But what does it mean to be alive for so long? To exist in that kind of temporal silence? It's not just their age that unsettles scientists. It's the mystery of how they survive at all. Greenland sharks are among the slowest moving fish ever recorded. They swim at an average speed of less than 1 mile per hour. Their metabolism is extraordinarily slow. Their heart beats only a few times per minute. And they live in total darkness at depths of 2,000 feet or more. They are also blind. Most Greenland sharks host a parasitic copepod, a small crustacean that attaches itself to the shark's cornea and feeds on eye tissue. Over time, this renders the shark effectively blind. Yet it doesn't seem to matter. They feed anyway, on fish, on seals, on other sharks, on carrion, sometimes even on land mammals that should be impossible for them to catch. Which leads us to the strangest part of their mystery. What exactly are Greenland sharks eating, and how? Some specimens have been found with polar bear remains inside them, others with horse meat. One was found with an entire reindeer leg, hoof and all, in its stomach. But Greenland sharks are too slow to hunt these animals, too blind, too sluggish. So where is this meat coming from? One theory is that they scavenge. Perhaps they drift along the seafloor, finding carcasses that have fallen into the depths, the bodies of drowned bears, dead seals, whales. Perhaps they wait, like shadows, for something to die. But others have suggested something more disturbing. What if they don't find the bodies? What if the bodies find them? There are stories, unconfirmed but persistent, from Arctic researchers who have observed Greenland sharks near ice holes where seals surface to breathe. The sharks wait just below the hole, motionless, and when the seal dives back down, expecting empty water, it meets something else instead. A mouth, a pressure, a pull, not fast, not aggressive, but certain, like the closing of a vault. Other researchers have noted that Greenland sharks may ambush prey that has fallen asleep, or animals weakened by age, illness, or injury. In this view, the shark is not a hunter in the usual sense. It is a collector, a recycler of death, a reminder that in the ocean, especially in the cold, slow places where time loses its grip, nothing truly disappears. It is only repurposed. And Greenland sharks have been doing this for centuries. But there is another question, a quiet one, unscientific, but persistent. Why do they live so long? Some species are long-lived because they have to be. Tortoises, for example, or certain whales. Their life cycle demands it. But the Greenland shark seems to live long not because it needs to, but because it can. There is no biological reason we know of that requires a shark to live for 5 centuries. And yet they do. Their cells age more slowly than ours. Their proteins remain stable. Their reproductive cycle is glacial. They do not even reach sexual maturity until they are at least 100 years old. They have no known predators, no natural enemies, and no rush. In a world obsessed with speed, Greenland sharks remind us that time is not always linear. Sometimes it loops, sometimes it drifts, sometimes it simply endures. There are legends in some Arctic cultures that speak of creatures older than memory, guardians of the deep, watchers, not gods, not monsters, just beings that have always been. And when you look into the eye of a Greenland shark, even a blind one, you get the sense that it sees you anyway, not with sight, but with memory, as if it recalls the shape of your ancestors, the pitch of the old ships, the heat of harpoons, and chooses not to act. There is an unsettling stillness to them. They do not flee. They do not chase. They simply move through the dark like a rumor that never stops repeating itself. And perhaps that is what makes them mysterious. Not what they do, but what they do not do. They do not age the way we do. They do not die the way we expect. They do not respond, not in the ways we can measure. But they are there, and they have been, for longer than we have. Some scientists believe that Greenland sharks may hold clues to human longevity. Their ability to resist aging, to endure in extreme conditions, may offer insights into our own biology. Already, researchers have begun studying their tissues in hopes of uncovering the secrets of cellular decay. But even if those answers come, they won't explain the feeling one gets when seeing one in person. Divers who encounter Greenland sharks often describe the experience in strange terms. Uneasy, reverent, like meeting something that doesn't belong to this timeline. They are not aggressive. They are not even curious, but they are present, densely present, as if the water itself bends slightly around them. And when they leave, it feels as though a page has been turned. One that you didn't write, one you weren't supposed to see. For now, the Greenland shark remains largely unstudied. We still do not know where they mate, where they give birth, or how many remain. They drift beneath ice shelves, beneath fishing lanes, beneath satellite coverage, and they do not rise. Even in death, they are rarely seen. They vanish into the seabed. Their bodies, like their lives, fade without drama. But if you listen to the currents in the coldest parts of the sea, past the drop-offs, past the reach of summer sun, you might hear something else. Not a sound, not a call, just the slow pulse of something enduring, something impossibly old, something that remembers. The Greenland shark is not a predator in the traditional sense. It is not an apex. It is a witness, and it swims on. As the ice cracks, as the climate shifts, as the humans above mark time in hours and clicks, it swims on. And when we are gone, perhaps it will still be here, watching, waiting, and drifting towards something only it remembers, something it has seen before, in waters far older than we dare imagine. Story 10. The Shark Alpha Incident. From the deepest waters of the Arctic, where the Greenland shark drifts blind and ancient beneath unmelting ice, we now shift to a different kind of darkness. Not the slow, patient kind that forgets nothing, but the sudden kind. The kind that comes without warning. The kind that swallows. This is the story of a predator that should have been untouchable. A great white shark, apex of its domain, fast, efficient, honed by millions of years of evolution. It had no rivals, no match, no reason to fear, until the ocean answered with something bigger. Let's unravel the chilling mystery of the shark alpha incident. It begins off the coast of Western Australia, in the waters near the Neptune Islands. A place of rugged beauty and sharp contrasts. Cliffs that crumble into blue, swells that hammer the rocks like ancient drums, and beneath them, a corridor of marine life. Seals, tuna, dolphins, and the great white shark. For researchers at the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, or CSIRO, this was a living laboratory. In 2003, they tagged a healthy, adult female great white shark, about 3 meters long, young, strong, and uninjured. They named her Shark Alpha. And like many others, she was part of a growing effort to study how these creatures move, feed, and survive. The tag was a small electronic device called a pop-up archival tag. It tracked water temperature, depth, and light levels, storing data until a preset date when it would detach, float to the surface, and transmit its logs via satellite. Everything worked as expected until the tag surfaced. When the data came in, researchers expected a normal dive profile, patterns of daily ascents and descents, hunting behavior, resting depth. Instead, they saw something no one could explain. On one unremarkable day, Shark Alpha's routine changed, dramatically. In a matter of seconds, her tag showed a sudden, rapid descent, 600 meters straight down. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature leapt from the frigid coastal waters to a startling 25 degrees Celsius. That spike in warmth was the first clue. Not the kind you find from sunlit shallows, but the kind you find inside something. The tag, still attached to Shark Alpha, had been pulled into a warmer body. A body with an internal temperature far higher than the surrounding sea. A body that was digesting her. She had been eaten, whole, and fast. The implication was staggering. This was a fully grown great white shark, not sick, not slow, and not near the surface. Whatever had consumed her had to be significantly larger, faster, more powerful. But what could it have been? To answer that question, we must first understand the shark's world. Great whites dominate most marine environments they enter. They can reach speeds of 25 miles per hour in short bursts. Their bite force rivals that of any terrestrial predator. And they rarely show signs of submission. In the Neptune Islands, however, another predator shares the waters. The orca. Also known as the killer whale, the orca is an apex predator in every sense of the word. Not just for their strength or size, but for their intelligence. Orcas hunt in groups, coordinate attacks, use tools. They've been observed flipping sharks over to induce tonic immobility, a trance-like state that renders them helpless. In recent years, marine biologists have noted disturbing patterns. Tagging data showed great white sharks abandoning their territories when orcas appeared. One documented event revealed an entire population of great whites fleeing from a known feeding ground, just hours after a pod of orcas arrived. And the most telling detail, several shark carcasses later washed ashore, livers removed with surgical precision, no other damage, no flesh stripped, just the livers torn out through a single wound. The reason? Shark liver is rich in fat and energy. For an orca, it's a delicacy. But there's a problem. While orcas are certainly capable of killing great whites, the speed and thermal profile of the shark alpha incident doesn't quite match known orca behavior. Orcas hunt in pods, they disable, disorient, drag. They don't typically swallow large prey whole, and they often leave parts behind. Shark alpha disappeared in seconds, and the tag, when recovered, showed no external damage, no tooth marks, no crushing, just a plunge and heat. Which raises the question, was it an orca at all? If not, what else in the ocean is capable of such a feat? Some scientists have proposed a simpler explanation, a larger great white. Perhaps a 4 or 5 meter shark encountered shark alpha in a feeding dispute. Sharks are known to be cannibalistic, especially when food is scarce. They'll consume juveniles, even smaller adults. But again, the speed, the total disappearance, the intact tag inside a digestive tract. If it was another shark, it had to be enormous, at the very edge of known great white sizes, or beyond them. Could we be looking at a rogue individual, a throwback from another time? This theory has fascinated cryptozoologists and fringe researchers for decades. The idea that deep in the ocean, beyond the visibility of science, lurk the descendants of prehistoric sharks, like Carcharical's megalodon. The megalodon, perhaps the most famous extinct predator of the seas. An ancient relative of the great white, it measured up to 18 meters long. Its teeth were the size of human hands, its jaws wide enough to swallow a car. Mainstream science agrees that the megalodon vanished about 3.6 million years ago, likely due to cooling oceans and loss of prey. But some aren't so sure. They point to anecdotal sightings of massive shadows beneath fishing boats, bite marks on whales that don't match known species. And now, this, a healthy great white consumed whole by something hotter, deeper, and faster. Could the megalodon have survived in the cold, hidden layers of the ocean? Could it have evolved to hunt in silence, unseen, but never gone? Skeptics are quick to point out the flaws. No confirmed sightings, no bodies, no sonar data, and the logistics of sustaining a breeding population in such secrecy. But the ocean is vast. We've explored only about 5% of it. The rest remains in shadow. There are places where even light cannot reach, where pressure crushes steel, where temperatures shift in strange ways, from the icy black of the abyss to the sudden heat of hydrothermal vents. Places where ancient life might linger. And in such places, perhaps, the rules are different. Another theory suggests a giant squid or similar cephalopod might be responsible. The kind of encounter reminiscent of the old sailor tales. Tentacles, beaks, a grip that tightens until bone breaks. But no squid we know swallows prey whole in this manner, and none match the thermal signature of warm-blooded digestion. That warmth is key. It narrows the field, because only a few marine predators possess the ability to maintain an internal temperature above ambient water. Great whites do, so do orcas, and a few others, like mako sharks and tuna. But not enough to explain this. So again, we return to the unknown. The tag's data paints a picture not of chaos, but precision. A clean event, a plunge, a disappearance. There was no struggle, no thrashing, no delay, just a moment. And then, gone. In the months that followed, researchers tried to replicate the scenario with known species. They studied migration routes, temperature curves, bite radii. Nothing matched. Eventually, the data was published in a documentary. It became a media phenomenon. Speculation exploded. Some called it evidence of a giant predator still undiscovered. Others dismissed it as overblown, a case of predation, nothing more. But the ocean doesn't care for our narratives. It doesn't confirm or deny. It only waits. And in that silence, Shark Alpha's story became legend. Because what haunts us isn't just what was lost. It's the way it happened. No warning, no sign. Just a data point on a screen. A drop in temperature, a rise in heat, and a vanishing. The predator became prey. In the years since, similar anomalies have emerged. Other tags, other dives. Some with strange trajectories, some with odd thermal signatures. Not all result in disappearance. Not all make headlines. But they suggest a pattern. Something beneath us watches, learns, and acts when we least expect it. Perhaps the most unsettling thought is not that Shark Alpha was devoured, but that it happens more often than we know. That the ocean has layers not just of depth, but of dominance. And that above every apex, there's another. One that doesn't chase, doesn't wound, doesn't leave remains. It just takes. So the next time a wave breaks at your feet, or you stare into the blue from the edge of a boat, remember this. Somewhere down there, a shark that had no predators was eaten alive. And the only evidence was heat. That is the mystery of Shark Alpha. And whatever answered her presence did so without hesitation, without mercy, and without ever being seen. Story 11. The Bloop, a sound from the abyss. From the unsettling disappearance of a great white, swallowed whole by something even larger, deeper, and colder than we dared imagine, our attention now turns to something far less visible, yet somehow more visceral. Not a trail, but a whisper. Not a pattern in the sand, but a vibration in the water. And not something we can see or touch, but something we can hear, faintly, impossibly, echoing from the deepest abyss. It was a sound, just a sound, but it was enough to bring the scientific community to a standstill. Enough to shake the minds of those who had long considered the ocean a known frontier. Enough to remind us that beneath all we've mapped and measured, something stirs. This is the story of the Bloop. It begins not in a submarine or on a remote expedition, but in a laboratory. The year was 1997. The Cold War had long ended, but its technologies lived on, quietly repurposed, quietly humming in the deep. Among these remnants were vast underwater microphone arrays, once designed to listen for enemy submarines, now pointed at the unknown. They stretched across the Pacific Ocean, forming an acoustic web capable of detecting the faintest of disturbances. Operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, these hydrophones had become tools for scientific research, capturing the rhythms of the sea. They listened for calving icebergs, for volcanic rumbles, for the long, haunting calls of whales echoing across hundreds of miles. But on a quiet day, in the summer of 1997, they heard something else. Something that didn't match anything on record. It began as a low rumble, deep and organic, almost too low to be heard by the human ear. Then, within seconds, it rose in pitch, morphing into a strange, bubbly crescendo that faded into silence. The entire event lasted just under a minute. And yet, it was unmistakable. It was so loud that it was picked up by multiple listening stations spaced more than 3,000 miles apart. Whatever caused it hadn't been close. It hadn't been small. This wasn't a blip or a glitch. It was a bloop. That's the name scientists gave it. A casual, almost cartoonish label for something that, deep down, none of them could explain. The bloop, a name that sounds silly, but the implications were anything but. Because in the world of underwater acoustics, volume means mass, and the volume of the bloop was staggering. To be heard across such vast distances, the source would have had to be enormous, titanic, larger even than a blue whale, the largest known animal to ever exist. And therein lay the problem. No known marine creature, not even the great baleen whales, could produce a sound that loud, and certainly not one with that particular frequency curve. The bloop didn't match any known marine animal. It didn't match any known geological activity either. And it wasn't mechanical. It was something else. The location? Roughly 1,500 kilometers west of the southern tip of South America, in a remote corner of the South Pacific, near a submerged ridge known as the Pacific Antarctic Ridge, a place far from human traffic, far from shipping lanes or military exercises, and far, it seemed, from any easy explanation. For weeks, the bloop remained an internal mystery, discussed quietly among NOAA researchers. They ran simulations, cross-referenced historical data, ruled out faulty equipment, ruled out known biological sources, and yet, no answer came. Eventually, the sound was released to the public. A small snippet, heavily compressed but still eerie in its own right. Amateur sleuths and online theorists quickly took hold of it, fascinated by its otherworldly quality. It didn't take long for the speculation to begin. Some believed the bloop was geological, perhaps an undersea quake, or the collapse of a massive ice shelf. But those phenomena produced distinct acoustic signatures, and the bloop didn't match them. Others argued it was a living organism, something deep beneath the sea, so massive and elusive that it had never been seen, never been tracked, never been classified. A creature larger than any known whale. Perhaps something ancient, or something not entirely natural. And then came the wilder theories, that it was a leviathan, a remnant of prehistoric times slumbering beneath the crust of the earth, that it was a deep-sea beast stirring for the first time in millennia, that it was the call of something alien, not just in biology, but in origin, a creature not born of this planet. One particularly compelling thread tied the bloop to the works of H.P. Lovecraft, the early 20th century writer whose stories imagined monstrous godlike beings that slept beneath the ocean, whispering madness into the minds of men. Lovecraft's most famous creation was Cthulhu, a towering entity said to dwell in the sunken city of R'lyeh, located in the southern Pacific. And while it was fiction, many noted with a shiver that the coordinates Lovecraft described were eerily close to where the bloop had been recorded. Coincidence? Perhaps. But it was enough to ignite the imagination. Even NOAA scientists, when asked about the bloop, acknowledged the odd coincidence with a bemused smile. They weren't suggesting the bloop was Cthulhu, but they couldn't tell you what it was either. For a time, the bloop became the subject of books, documentaries, and endless internet rabbit holes. It stood as the ultimate audio enigma, a sound from the abyss that defied science and invited speculation. Years passed. Other mysterious sounds were recorded, some geological, some biological, some still unexplained. But the bloop remained special, partly because of its volume, partly because of its shape, and partly because, like all great mysteries, it arrived without warning and left no trace behind. Then, in the early 2010s, a new explanation emerged. NOAA researchers revisited the original recording with new tools and better models. And slowly, a theory began to form, one that, on the surface, seemed mundane. They proposed that the bloop was the sound of a large icequake, the fracturing of a massive iceberg as it broke away from the Antarctic shelf and plunged into the ocean. The frequency, they argued, matched certain patterns seen in other glacial events. The volume, too, could be explained by the sheer mass of the ice involved, and the location made sense. The southern Pacific is not far from Antarctica, geologically speaking. Icebergs drift, carve, and collapse with regularity in those waters. This theory gained traction in scientific circles. NOAA updated their website to reflect it. The Bloop, they now said, was most likely an icequake. Case closed. But for many, it wasn't. Because the icequake theory, while plausible, came with caveats. It didn't perfectly match the Bloop's acoustic signature. And unlike other recorded icequakes, the Bloop had a unique tonal quality, a rising pitch, like the bubbling crescendo of something alive. A signature that, to this day, remains unmatched. Even among similar events, the Bloop stands alone. And then, there's the matter of recurrence. Other mysterious ocean sounds, like Julia, Slow Down, and Upsweep, have been recorded repeatedly. Sometimes seasonally, sometimes annually. But the Bloop, it was heard only once. Never before, never again. Just once. A singular cry from the deep. This fact alone has kept the debate alive, because icequakes don't just happen once. And creatures, if they exist, tend to vocalize more than once in a lifetime. Unless what we heard wasn't a regular sound. Unless it wasn't part of a pattern, or a behavior, or a geological cycle. Unless it was a signal, a flare, a final breath, or a warning. There are those who believe the Bloop was not a biological sound, but a mechanical one. Not a creature, but a machine. A resonance from something buried, deep beneath the ocean floor. The idea isn't without precedent. There are places in the Pacific where we've discovered undersea ridges, magnetic anomalies, and strange heat signatures that defy easy categorization. Could the Bloop have been the sound of something awakening, or breaking loose, or escaping? And if it was a machine, who built it? What was it for? And why, in all the time since, has it remained silent? Some theorists take the idea even further, suggesting that the Bloop was a byproduct of human activity, or rather, something hidden from human awareness. A secret experiment, a test, a momentary breach into a layer of the Earth we were never meant to reach. The ocean floor, after all, is pockmarked with holes, vents, and scars from past activity, both natural and man-made. Drilling, mining, nuclear testing, all have left their marks. Could one such event have triggered something unintended? The idea lingers in the background of modern oceanography, the unsettling notion that we may have opened a door without knowing what lay behind it. But even if none of these theories are true, even if the Bloop was just ice breaking free in the vast southern sea, there's still something about it. The way it cuts through silence, the way it fades just before your brain can make sense of it, the way it sounds, not random, but intentional, like a message, not in words, but in presence, in mass, in mystery. Because the ocean doesn't speak in sentences. It doesn't use grammar or syntax. It speaks in roars and hums, in tremors and vibrations, in sounds that bypass logic and go straight to the bone. And in 1997, for just one moment, it spoke loud enough for the entire world to hear. And then it stopped. No follow-up, no repetition, just that one sound. A sound so loud it traveled across a third of the planet. So low it couldn't be heard without machines. So strange that the people who recorded it spent years trying to explain it and failed. It is still out there, buried in the data logs, floating through forums, passed around like a digital ghost. The Bloop. A silly name for something that may not be silly at all, and whether it came from ice or flesh or machine or something else entirely, it came from a place we don't fully understand, from a depth we have yet to conquer, and from a silence that, for one moment, broke. Not with a bang, but with a bloop. And just like that, the silence returned. After the bloop was heard in 1997, no similar sound was ever recorded again. Not from that location, not with that pattern, not at that frequency. In a world increasingly surrounded by constant noise, the bloop was an anomaly. Not just because it was heard, but because it was never heard again. It would be one thing if the bloop repeated, if it became a seasonal occurrence, like some deep ocean migratory call, if it returned with the shifting of tectonic plates or the rolling of Antarctic tides. But no, it was singular. One moment, one signal, a ripple in the long quiet of the deep. This has unsettled researchers far more than any eerie recording, because repeatability is the cornerstone of science. You hear something once, you label it a curiosity. You hear it twice, you begin to investigate. You hear it 100 times, and you begin to understand. But once, just once, that lives in a different category altogether. It becomes a whisper in the void, something you can point to, but never define. A ghost in the ocean, and the deeper you look into it, the stranger it gets. The precise location of the bloop's origin has never been fully pinned down. Hydrophones spaced across the Pacific triangulated it roughly to 50 degrees south, 100 degrees west. A blank patch of water halfway between New Zealand and the southern tip of South America. There are no islands nearby, no seafloor labs, no notable shipping routes, just open water and the yawning, frozen abyss. Beneath those coordinates lies a stretch of seafloor known as the Pacific Antarctic Ridge, a tectonic boundary running like a scar across the ocean bed. It's a region of slow-spreading crust, of hydrothermal vents and hidden rifts, where heat and cold collide in silence. To this day, few have explored its deepest reaches, because it's not just remote, it's inaccessible. The ocean at those latitudes is fierce and unpredictable. Towering waves, icy storms, weeks of fog. The Southern Ocean doesn't welcome visitors. It consumes them. Perhaps that's why the bloop has never been investigated in person. No expedition has ventured there to drop sonar buoys. No deep-sea drone has scoured its depths for clues. There's no wreckage, no structures, just pressure and darkness. Whatever happened on that day in 1997 happened alone. There are theories, of course, plenty of them. Some believe it was the collapse of a massive iceberg shelf, an event so rare and massive that it triggered a sound unlike any recorded since. Others suggest it was a cry of tectonic protest, a grinding of ancient plates at just the right pitch and power to mimic life. But then, there are those who reject those explanations outright, who listen to the bloop not with instruments, but with instinct. They hear it and feel something wrong, because the bloop doesn't sound like geology. It sounds intentional, a low warble, a rising bubble, a moment of escalation, then silence, not random, not chaotic, rhythmic, composed. Even the most hardened researchers, those trained to strip emotion from data, have admitted something unnerving about its tone, something that sounds less like an accident and more like a call. And if it was a call, then what was it calling to? That's the question that haunts the periphery of this mystery. Because if there was one bloop, could there have been another? What if it wasn't a signal from something, but a signal to something? What if we didn't hear the end of a sound, but the beginning of a conversation? It's easy to drift into speculation when dealing with a mystery like this. Easy to draw lines between unconnected dots. But sometimes the ocean encourages that. It doesn't reveal, it hints, it doesn't answer, it echoes. There are sounds, for example, that resemble the bloop but never gained the same attention. A decade earlier, in the mid-1980s, a series of low-frequency sounds were picked up near the East Pacific Rise, another tectonic ridge, with a profile not unlike the bloop. They weren't as loud, they weren't as clean, but they were there. And even today, hydrophones around the world occasionally catch whispers, low murmurs, strange pulses, brief metallic pings that fade before they can be located. Perhaps the bloop is only special because it was so loud, so impossible to ignore. Perhaps the deep has been speaking for years, and we've only just started to listen. Or perhaps the bloop was unique, a death rattle, a final gasp of something ancient giving itself up to the sea. There's one theory, less scientific, more poetic, that imagines the bloop as the cry of a vanishing creature, a colossus from another era, driven extinct by a changing world, surfacing once more in confusion, then disappearing forever. A final transmission, a fading presence. The world is full of lost giants after all. Megalodon, the giant marine reptiles of the Cretaceous, even the colossal squid, once myth, now barely glimpsed. The ocean holds onto its dead differently than the land. There are no bones beneath the sea, only sediment, only silt, only silence. The bloop, in that light, becomes a kind of eulogy, a sound that shouldn't have existed because its source no longer does. There is another possibility, one that rarely finds its way into scientific journals, but often lingers in the comments of those who listen closely, that the bloop wasn't organic or geological, but constructed, the sound of something not natural, but engineered, a machine, a vault, a signal tower buried in basalt, the remnants of an ancient civilization, long since claimed by the sea. There are those who point to underwater ruins found in other parts of the Pacific, like the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan, with its eerily precise stone formations, or the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, or the Cuban underwater city spotted by sonar scans in the early 2000s. They suggest that we've vastly underestimated what once existed below sea level, that entire cultures may have risen and fallen beneath the waves. And if that's true, who's to say they didn't leave something behind? A beacon? A barrier? A prison? Could the bloop have been the sound of that structure failing, or of something being released? It's here that the bloop begins to mirror the stories of old, of kraken and leviathans, of great beasts stirred by seismic shifts, of things that sleep beneath the world and stir only when the world forgets them. We dismiss these myths as superstition, as metaphor, as ancient people giving shape to storms and currents. But the ocean hasn't changed, and sometimes myth is just memory, spoken in another language. Perhaps the bloop was the sound of something waking up, or of something reminding us it's still there, still watching, still waiting. There's a peculiar kind of fear that comes with listening to the bloop, not because it's loud or strange, but because it's real, recorded, verified, preserved. It's not a legend, not a story passed down by fishermen or cryptic sailors. It's data, hard science, and yet it offers no explanation, just more questions. What caused it? Why hasn't it repeated? Why there? Why then? Why that sound? We may never know. And that, more than anything, is why the bloop endures. It's not just a curiosity, it's a crack in the foundation of certainty. A reminder that for all our satellites and sensors, there are still parts of this world that do not answer when called, that send us messages we cannot translate, that exist beyond reach, and that sometimes scream into the silence before going still. The bloop remains, in archives, in minds, in mystery. A sound from the abyss, a sound without origin, a sound without reply. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps it doesn't need an answer. Perhaps its power lies in its solitude. Because in the deepest part of the sea, in the coldest, darkest trench, where light cannot go and pressure turns steel to dust, something once moved, and it made a sound, just once, and we were lucky enough to hear it. Story 12. The Brine Pool Visitors. From the haunting resonance of the bloop, a sound that echoed once, then never again, we drift now to something stranger still. A place not marked by noise, but by silence. Not by presence, but by boundaries. Not by something emerging from the dark, but by something refusing to cross a line. This isn't a sound, it's a shape, an outline on the seafloor where life ends. It's where the ocean forms lakes inside itself, pools of heavy brine that refuse to mix with the water around them. And around these underwater lakes, strange things happen. Some call them poison ponds, others portals. Let's descend into the Gulf of Mexico and stand at the edge of the brine pools. To understand the mystery, we first have to descend. Far below the fishing boats and oil rigs that dot the surface of the Gulf, there lies a world few have seen, and even fewer have understood. Around 3,000 to 4,000 feet below sea level, the ocean floor is quiet, cold, and cloaked in darkness. Sunlight has long since vanished. The water here is heavy, dense with pressure. Life, where it exists, is slow, deliberate, and strange. It was in this deep silence that the first brine pools were discovered. The year was 1985. A research team operating from the deep-sea submersible Alvin, a small cylindrical vessel designed to explore the most remote regions of the ocean, reported something bizarre. While surveying the seafloor, they encountered what looked like a shimmering lake. Not water exactly, but a surface that rippled and rolled, reflecting their lights in a way the surrounding seabed did not. They thought at first it was a mirage, a trick of light and pressure. But as they descended further, the truth became clear. This was no illusion. They were looking at a body of water, beneath the water, the brine pool. It stretched before them like a lake trapped at the bottom of the sea, clear, still, and utterly unwelcoming. The edge was sharp, almost violently defined, like a shoreline drawn with purpose. And when the submersible descended into it, even for a moment, the sensors reacted immediately. The vehicle bucked, systems struggled. It was as if they had crossed into something else entirely. The water here wasn't just salty, it was super saline. 5, even 6 times saltier than the ocean around it. So dense that it refused to mix. So heavy that it stayed perfectly separate. And that separation, that invisible barrier, became one of the great frontiers of ocean science. Brine pools don't just exist in the Gulf of Mexico. They've been found in the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and off the coasts of Antarctica. But the ones in the Gulf remain the most studied and the most unsettling. Because something lives near them, and it shouldn't. The margins of these pools are where the rules break down. Life, as we understand it, depends on balance, on breathable oxygen, on tolerable salinity, on conditions that don't liquefy protein and rupture cells. But the edges of the brine pools are anything but balanced. They're toxic, saturated with hydrogen sulfide, stripped of oxygen, saturated with methane, and yet, on the very edges, creatures gather. In 2016, a remotely operated vehicle, an ROV deployed from a deep-sea research vessel, recorded high-definition footage of a crab making its way toward one of these pools. It walked slowly, as if drawn. It paused at the lip, and then, without hesitation, stepped in. Within seconds, it convulsed. Its movements grew frantic, then sluggish, then still. It didn't float. It didn't rise. The density of the brine held it fast. The crab lay at the bottom of the pool, as if pinned beneath the water's surface. The team called the pool the Jacuzzi of Despair, and it earned the name. The water within is so toxic that nothing survives inside. And yet, around the rim, life clusters, tube worms, bacterial mats, rare fish and scavengers. They wait near the edge, but never over it, as if something unseen holds them back. Some scientists suggest that these pools act like natural traps. The brine, they say, emits chemical signals, drawing animals toward it. When a creature enters, it's paralyzed by the salinity and the toxins. Then it dies. And as it decays, it feeds the ecosystem along the rim. In this view, the pool is a kind of siren, calling creatures in, only to consume them and nourish those clever enough to wait. It's a grim explanation, but not the only one, because there's a pattern to the visitors. Footage shows creatures hovering, watching, returning again and again to the edges without crossing them. Octopuses, fish, crabs, they linger just beyond the line, facing the pool, moving along its edge as if following an invisible trail. Some seem almost to test the boundary, dabbing a limb or a tentacle into the edge, then withdrawing as if burned. It raises a question few want to ask. What if they're not being lured? What if they're drawn for another reason? The brine pools are formed by something ancient. Long before humans mapped the Gulf of Mexico, before the first mammals swam in its warm shallows, before even the continents took their modern shape, this part of the seafloor was different. Beneath the sediment lies an enormous salt bed, a remnant of the Jurassic period, when the sea evaporated and left behind layer upon layer of crystalline salt. Over millions of years, tectonic forces pushed these layers upward, fracturing the crust. Through these faults, brine rises, saturating pockets of sediment, seeping into the water column, and forming the pools we see today. They're natural, but they don't behave naturally. Some glow, not visibly, not in the way bioluminescent creatures do, but chemically. They emit heat, not a lot, but enough to distort readings. Some contain methane seeps, cold hydrothermal vents that release gas into the water, forming shimmering columns that rise like smoke. And it's here, in the presence of these emissions, that things get stranger. In 2019, researchers monitoring a brine pool via long-term ROV feeds noticed something unusual. At intervals, sometimes days apart, sometimes weeks, the sediment around the pool would shift, not from current, not from tectonic motion, but from something moving beneath it, as if something were exhaling. They described it as a bloom, a sudden, subtle upheaval. The sediment would rise, swirl, and settle again. No creatures seen, no pressure spike, but a rhythmic, almost biological pattern, one that suggested something was stirring beneath the crust. Later scans revealed voids, small cavities beneath the brine bed, rich with gas and bacterial colonies. Some believe these voids are simply the result of fluid movement. Others are not so sure. There's an old legend among Gulf shrimpers, the kind who have spent decades at sea, hauling nets through the warm shallows. They speak, sometimes quietly, of lights under the water, of dead zones where fish refuse to swim, of spots where equipment fails, repeatedly, without cause. Some of them call it the Devil's Flat, a patch of seafloor where electronics glitch, where radar skips, and where they swear they've seen something move beneath the waves. Not a fish, not a whale, but something broader, flatter, like a ripple beneath a ripple. Once, a trawler dropped a camera rig to test a new hull-mounted system. It malfunctioned as it neared the bottom and was never recovered. The last frame it captured showed a smooth, glassy surface and what appeared to be an indentation in the sediment, as if something large had just passed by. Skeptics dismiss these stories. The Gulf is known for strange currents, for pockets of gas that distort sonar and interfere with electronics. It's plausible, even likely, that the glitches are environmental. The stories, exaggeration. But then there are the returns. Several brine pools are ringed with concentric tracks, shallow grooves that encircle the pools in perfect symmetry. Some stretch for meters, others form ovals. In at least 2 documented cases, these tracks appeared where none had been weeks before. They don't look like tectonic shifts or current drag. They look like paths, as if something is pacing. Marine biologists are cautious. They emphasize that in extreme environments, small changes can appear dramatic. That bacterial blooms can alter the color of sediment. That even a minor brine seep can shift sand in ways that resemble motion. But in private, a few whisper differently. Some believe that the pools are more than hazards, that they are indicators, that whatever lies beneath the Gulf, if anything, prefers them or needs them. One fringe theory posits that the pools serve as thermal regulators, that something immense and slow-moving uses the concentrated salinity to modulate its internal chemistry. Another suggests that the pools aren't natural at all, that their near-perfect shape, their repetition, and their effect on local fauna suggest some form of design. Not artificial necessarily, but purposeful, as if nature, or something in it, formed them for a reason. One of the more chilling stories comes from a research vessel that lost contact with its ROV for nearly 48 hours. It had been deployed near a newly discovered brine pool, smaller than most, but deeper. Before contact was lost, the team reported unusual readings. Spikes in salinity far beyond expected levels, seepage patterns that didn't match previous samples, and audio, faint, filtered through miles of water, that resembled a low, rhythmic thrum. When the ROV signal returned, the vehicle was tilted, its camera partially occluded. The footage, once recovered, was mostly static, but for a few seconds, it showed something. The surface of the pool, still. Then, a ripple, not across the top, but rising through it. A dome-like distortion, as if something beneath had expanded or exhaled and sent a pulse through the brine. No creature was seen, no anomaly detected on sonar. The event was logged, archived, and largely forgotten, but the footage remains, and the ripple is real. For all our exploration, the Gulf remains largely unmapped at depth. The brine pools, though known, are difficult to monitor. Equipment fails, visibility shifts, and the behavior of surrounding fauna resists prediction. Why do so many creatures approach, only to hover? Why do some pools expand, while others shrink? Why do the edges, always the edges, seem to attract life, but never allow it to pass unharmed. Some propose that the pools are natural laboratories. That evolution is experimenting at the boundary between survivable and lethal. That one day life will cross the line and adapt. Others say it already has, and that we simply haven't seen it yet. In the end, the brine pools remain what they have always been: silent, shimmering, and impenetrable. Places where the rules of the ocean fold inward, where gravity and chemistry draw sharp, unforgiving lines, where light does not reach, but something does. Perhaps they are tombs, perhaps they are lures, or perhaps they are something older, not traps, but thresholds, and whatever stands on the other side is still waiting, just below the surface, just beyond the edge, just out of sight. Because sometimes the most mysterious part of the deep is not what we see in it. It's what stands perfectly still, watching us back. Story 13. The Southern Ocean Entity on Sonar. From the shimmering mirage of brine pools in the Gulf of Mexico, those ghostly lakes hidden beneath darker oceans, we now drift southward, farther than shipping lanes, deeper than trenches, past where any warm current dares to wander, down into the grip of the Southern Ocean, where the cold is a silence and the water itself seems to resist observation. This is not a place that welcomes visitors. It surrounds Antarctica like a haunted moat, vast and volatile, where storms prowl like sentinels and the sea never sleeps. Here, even in summer, ice can materialize like a trap, and the wind cuts through reinforced steel. Satellites struggle to see past the storms. Ships, when they come, don't linger, and what they find here rarely follows them back. And yet, in 2016, a team did come. Aboard a converted Norwegian research vessel, they ventured into the Amundsen Sea, west of the Antarctic Peninsula, an underexplored region known more for shifting ice shelves and creaking glaciers than anything living. The expedition's purpose was simple on paper: to map subsurface topography using advanced sonar and measure temperature gradients to study ice melt patterns. But over the course of 4 days, their mission changed, because something else appeared on their sonar. Something moving, something radiating heat, something that, according to every known chart, every database, and every biological classification they had on board, shouldn't have been there. It began subtly. At a depth of just over 3,000 meters, near the base of the continental slope, a faint return showed up on the multi-beam sonar array. Not a static shape like a rock outcropping, not a silt plume or bubble trail from tectonic activity. This return moved, slowly, deliberately, and then it vanished. The team assumed it was noise, a glitch in the equipment, so they recalibrated, ran diagnostics, cross-checked with backup sensors, and on the second pass, it appeared again. This time, it was larger, roughly 30 meters across, at least from what the sonar could resolve. A shapeless bloom on the screen. Not uniform, not symmetrical, but consistent and warm. Warmer than the surrounding water by several degrees Celsius. Not by much, but enough to register. Enough to raise eyebrows. Objects don't typically emit heat at that depth, certainly not mobile ones. There was no volcanic activity in the area, no hydrothermal vent field, no known geological reason for such a signature. And yet, there it was, lingering, hovering near the seafloor. And then, gone again. The ship slowed its survey pattern. The team began running sweeps through the same grid, back and forth. The data returned in waves, sometimes clean, sometimes cluttered. But 3 more times, the anomaly reappeared, always in a different location, always moving, and always just at the edge of clarity. One researcher described it as tracking a whisper in fog. Another simply said, "We weren't looking at a thing. We were looking at an intention." The vessel's thermographic sensors, normally used to detect surface temperature anomalies, were recalibrated to scan deeper. But the ice and water distorted most of the readings. What they did pick up was inconclusive. Faint gradients, blurred heat pools, nothing definitive. But the pattern was unsettling. Whenever the sonar marked the anomaly, a localized distortion followed in temperature data. Almost like turbulence, almost like breath. And then came the audio. Hydrophones had been deployed from the beginning, standard for Antarctic research. They were set to record low-frequency sounds, glacial calving, underwater quakes, and ocean current shifts. But on the same day as the anomaly was detected, the team noticed something unusual in the recordings. A rhythmic pulse, not mechanical, not seismic, organic. 2 pulses, then a pause, then 3, then nothing. They heard it 3 times. It was faint, nearly drowned in background noise. But the signature was there, low frequency, in the range used by some species of whales. Yet none of the local populations matched the pattern. In fact, no known creature did. The recording was sent back to several institutions for analysis. Some suggested it could be ice shifting under pressure, a natural creak of glacial friction. But others weren't so sure. One biologist noted that the waveform wasn't just structured, it was modulated, as if it were reacting to something, or communicating. But with what? There were no other vessels nearby, no tagged marine mammals in the area. And whatever the source was, it stayed deep, beyond what most animals endure. Eventually, the expedition concluded. The anomaly never breached the surface. No visual confirmation was ever made. No direct contact. No conclusive data. Only sonar returns, heat gradients, and a sound. When the team returned to port, the logs were submitted to their sponsor institutions and the data quietly archived. There was no formal announcement, no press release. After all, what was there to say? A warm blob on sonar, a pulsing sound, a glimpse, and then nothing. But behind closed doors, the story circulated. Some called it an equipment failure, a coincidence of sensor drift and temperature anomalies. The Southern Ocean is full of optical illusions and environmental noise. In such a chaotic place, seeing patterns where none exist is a human reflex. But others weren't so sure, because the data kept resurfacing, in whispers, in classified briefings, and in comparison with other expeditions. Because the 2016 incident wasn't the first. In 2003, a French acoustic research buoy recorded something similar. A moving heat signature detected below the Thwaites Glacier edge. No object identified, just motion and a sound. Not the same pattern, but close. In 1997, long before digital sensors became the norm, a British naval patrol off the South Orkney Islands logged unexplained sonar interference at abyssal depth. The crew assumed it was drift ice until the signature accelerated. They marked it as an unknown contact. And as far back as the 1960s, Cold War listening posts placed along Antarctica's fringe registered intermittent bursts of ultra-low frequency vibration. They were assumed to be tectonic until one of the bursts appeared to move. Decades of fragments, none conclusive, none provable, but each one pointing toward the same unsettling possibility, that something is moving through the Southern Ocean, something large, something warm-blooded, and something that, for all our research, all our senses, and all our eyes in the deep, remains unseen. So what could it be? The scientific theories range from grounded to radical. One possibility is a massive, unknown species of deep-diving whale. This theory leans on biology. Whales have been known to develop unique acoustic signatures, and some species can dive beyond 3,000 meters. The creature's shape may not register clearly on sonar if it lacks air cavities or has a gelatinous consistency. The warmth might be body heat retained in dense blubber. But if it were a whale, even an undiscovered one, why has no skeleton ever been found? No beached specimen, no genetic trace. Others argue the object could be geological in origin, a mobile methane release, for example, or a silty mass stirred by undersea landslides. But that doesn't explain the acoustic signal, or the consistent movement, or the temperature. A few speculate it might be artificial, a classified submersible running stealth trials in one of the most remote places on Earth. But no known propulsion system could match the silent, hovering behavior observed, and no Navy has claimed involvement. Then there are the stranger ideas. Some propose the anomaly is a relic species, a surviving member of a lineage predating the Ice Age, hidden in thermal vents beneath the Antarctic shelf. A creature that once roamed warmer oceans but now hides in the deepest shadows of the cold. Others believe it could be a form of deep-sea intelligence, not human, not mammal. Something else, something ancient. There are even whispers, unpublished and often dismissed, of patterns in the audio pulses that resemble syntax. A kind of primitive language waiting to be understood. But most of all, there is silence. Because if there is something down there, if a life form capable of emitting heat, creating structured sound, and evading our most advanced detection systems exists beneath the Southern Ocean, then what else might exist? And how long has it been watching? There is a moment in every deep-sea expedition when the instruments flicker, when the light of the known dims, when the maps say you've reached the edge. For the 2016 team, that moment came not with fanfare, but with a blank screen. One final sweep. No return, no warmth, just silence. And the realization that sometimes, in the vast cold blackness of the Southern Ocean, the unknown does not come screaming. It breathes, softly, deliberately, and then it disappears. So we're left to wonder, was it a malfunction, a creature, an echo of something older than us? Or was it something else entirely? Something that lives not just beyond our reach, but perhaps beyond our right to know. Beneath the ice, beneath the pressure, beneath the silence. Something moved, and then the sea closed over it again, as if it had never been there at all. Just a shadow, just a warmth, just a pulse, in the place where maps end, in the place that never forgets what passes through it, in the place that waits and listens long after we are gone. Story 14. The vampire squid's double life. From the quiet pulse of the Southern Ocean, where a sonar echo hinted at something vast and alive beneath the Antarctic ice, we drift now into a stranger realm. One where life isn't defined by what it devours, but by how long it has endured. Where our last story ended in a fleeting heat signature, This one begins in cold permanence, not with a shadow that vanished, but with a presence that has never left. Because not all deep-sea enigmas are massive or violent. Some simply don't belong. They hover, they glow, they drift where no light reaches and no predator follows. And in their strange stillness, older than sharks, older than bones, they carry secrets that even time has forgotten. This is the story of a creature caught between categories, a relic from an ancient lineage, a drifter from the darkest zones of the ocean, a being so unique, scientists had to invent a classification just to describe it. Let's descend now into the oxygen-deprived waters of the Midnight Zone to meet a creature that's neither squid nor octopus, but something far more mysterious: the vampire squid. If you were to drift down into the ocean's twilight zone, past the last rays of sunlight and into the pressurized silence of the mesopelagic, you might expect nothing to live there. The temperature plummets, the oxygen thins to almost nothing, and the pressure increases with each meter, crushing, unrelenting. But at roughly 600 to 900 meters deep, in a region scientists once thought uninhabitable, you'll find it, suspended in the black water, small, strange, undeniably other, its arms aligned not with suckers, but with thin, velvety filaments, sensory tools evolved for a world of near-total darkness. Its body, soft and gelatinous, pulses with delicate flashes of blue and red light. Its cloak, a cape of webbed tissue connecting its limbs, fans out like something from mythology. And its name, Vampiroteuthis infernalis, translates not as metaphor, but directly: the vampire squid from hell. Despite the dramatic name, it does not drink blood, it does not hunt, it does not even fight. The vampire squid, paradoxically, survives by not struggling. It floats, it waits, it adapts, and in doing so, it has survived longer than most life forms on Earth. It's not a squid, it's not an octopus. It belongs to an ancient lineage, a taxonomic orphan held in its own order, Vampiromorphidae. Fossil records suggest that its ancestors swam the oceans during the age of the dinosaurs, over 200 million years ago, a time when the continents were still locked together in a supercontinent, when ammonites thrived and the first feathered dinosaurs emerged. And yet, here it is, alive, unchanged in many ways, drifting in today's oceans. It lives in the oxygen minimum zone, a mid-water desert where oxygen is too low for most animals to survive, but just high enough for this one. Most predators can't function here. Most prey can't breathe here. But the vampire squid thrives. To understand how, you need to look closely at adaptations that border on the impossible. Its metabolic rate is the lowest of any cephalopod ever recorded. Its muscles are weak, but efficient. Its movements are slow, deliberate, almost ghost-like, designed to conserve every molecule of energy. And when threatened, it doesn't attack, it doesn't flee. Instead, it disappears. With a sudden inversion, it pulls its arms over its body, flipping inside out into a cloak of black, revealing jagged-looking spines on the inside of its limbs. These aren't real spines. They're soft, harmless. But in the dim flicker of bioluminescence, they look like the fangs of a predator, a clever illusion in a world of illusions. And then it vanishes into the darkness, like a living fossil from a forgotten dream. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the vampire squid is how it eats. Because unlike its more aggressive cousins, the squid that hunt fish, the octopus that pry open shells, the vampire squid does not kill. It collects. Using long, retractable filaments, it gathers organic detritus drifting in the water, bits of plankton, fecal pellets, mucus, and dead matter, and rolls them into sticky, nutrient-rich balls. This isn't scavenging in the usual sense. It's patience incarnate. The vampire squid survives by harvesting the dead rain from above, a slow, constant drift of microscopic death falling from the sunlit layers of the sea. In doing so, it fulfills an ecological role almost no other animal does. It cleans the ocean's midwaters. It recycles decay. It turns endings into sustenance. And in that quiet, humble task, it has survived unchanged for millennia. But there's something else, something stranger. Because the vampire squid isn't just an evolutionary outlier, it's a taxonomic ghost. Its genetics point to a lineage so old, so distinct, that it doesn't neatly fit within modern cephalopods. Molecular studies have shown that it diverged early, long before the familiar squids and octopuses branched off. It retains features from an ancient common ancestor, a creature that likely lived during the early Mesozoic. Soft-bodied, slow, a being that witnessed the rise of reptiles, the breakup of continents, the opening and closing of entire oceans. The vampire squid may be the last of its kind, a lineage with no living relatives, a survivor of extinction events that wiped out almost everything else. And that raises questions, uncomfortable ones. What else might still linger from those ancient oceans? What other creatures, slow and silent, might still drift in the black? If the vampire squid could endure for over 200 million years, what might it have seen? What might it still remember in the way only evolution remembers? Not through thought, but through form. It is not just a creature, it is an archive, a shape carved by time itself. Even its eyes reflect its duality. Unlike most deep-sea animals, the vampire squid has two different kinds of vision. Its large globular eyes are among the largest relative to body size in the animal kingdom. But one eye appears red under some lights, while the other looks blue. This isn't just an illusion. It's a result of how its tissue refracts different wavelengths of light at different angles, giving each eye a different sensitivity depending on which way the animal is turned. It allows the squid to track faint glimmers of bioluminescence and to detect motion in total darkness. Vision, where none should exist. Survival, where none should be possible. And movement, where most creatures go still. But even with everything we know, everything we've measured and studied, the vampire squid remains elusive. Its behavior in the wild is still mostly a mystery. Most of what we understand comes from deep-sea ROV footage and a few rare captures. It has never been observed mating in the wild. Its life cycle remains incomplete. What we do know is this: the vampire squid is semmelparous, like salmon. It reproduces only once and then dies. Females can carry thousands of eggs, but release them gradually over time, a behavior rare among cephalopods. This slow reproductive strategy allows it to survive in an environment where energy is scarce. But it also means its populations are fragile. A disturbance in temperature, in chemistry, in depth could collapse its entire ecological niche. And this, perhaps, is the most haunting aspect of the vampire squid. Not its name, not its appearance, but its vulnerability. Because the deep ocean is changing. The oxygen minimum zones where vampire squid live are expanding, not from natural cycles, but from climate change. Warming waters hold less oxygen, and human activity has increased nutrient runoff, fueling blooms that strip oxygen from the sea. As the habitable layers of the ocean shift, creatures like the vampire squid may find their once stable world unraveling. For an animal that has survived extinction-level events, ice ages, and planetary upheaval, it may be human influence that poses the greatest threat. Already, researchers have found vampire squid at shallower depths than before, forced upward in search of oxygen. But these zones are brighter, more dangerous. They expose the squid to predators, to noise, to us. We are encroaching, even into the places we cannot live. And what happens to the vampire squid? This relic of a forgotten era may signal what's happening to the ocean as a whole. Its bioluminescent displays, once meant for the silence of the abyss, may soon flicker in waters filled with trawlers, mining drones, and sonar. Its cloak, once used to vanish, may no longer be enough. And so, we find ourselves watching this ancient creature not as a curiosity, but as a warning. Because the vampire squid didn't change to survive. The world changed around it. And now, it may change too fast. Still, for now, it drifts. In waters most humans will never see. In darkness too deep for memory. In silence too thick for sound. It floats between epochs, ancient and modern. Between definitions, squid and octopus. Between worlds, living and vanished. And it waits. Not for us. Not for anything. It simply waits. Because that is what it has always done. In the still places, in the forgotten zones, in the cold margins of the world, where time moves slower, where history is written in the folds of flesh, where the oldest things don't rise to the surface, but instead remain, unchanged, unseen, unfinished, a shadow with memory, a witness to oceans we no longer remember, a shape too old for categories, and too patient to die. The vampire squid remains one of the ocean's most enduring mysteries. Not because it hides, but because we are only now beginning to see what's been there all along. And perhaps, in its silent glide, in its glowing filaments, in its undying drift, it sees us too, and wonders, not what we are, but how long we'll last. Just another moment, just another blink, just another ripple in a sea that never stops remembering. Because the deep doesn't forget, it only waits. And some of its oldest stories are still alive, even now, even here, still glowing in the dark. Story 15. The Bioluminescent Labyrinth, Creatures of the Twilight Zone. From the slow-gliding vampire squid and its ancient, glowing filaments, we now rise, not to the surface, but to a different realm entirely. A place caught between light and dark. It's neither the black of the abyss nor the warmth of sunlit shallows. It is a twilight world, suspended in shadow. Here, between 600 and 3,000 feet below the surface, the ocean doesn't go silent. It starts to shimmer. Pinpricks of light blink on, then vanish. Patterns ripple through the dark. Shapes reveal themselves, only to disappear again. This is the mesopelagic zone, the ocean's twilight layer. But this isn't just a place of beauty. It's a labyrinth of signals, flashes, and ghostly language. And many of the creatures that live here, we still haven't identified. Some don't match any known classification. Others have only been glimpsed once. And nearly all of them share one haunting trait. They glow, not by accident, not always to lure or to warn. Some seem to be speaking. This is the bioluminescent labyrinth, a realm of living light, and a mystery that science is only beginning to translate. The first thing you notice when drifting into the mesopelagic is the absence of certainty. It is a place of shadows and suggestion, where nothing is quite what it seems. From the surface, the ocean may appear boundless but blank. But as you descend, past 200 meters, deeper still, a new world begins to stir. Here, the last fingers of sunlight reach their limit, filtered into faint blue and grey hues. And just before darkness becomes absolute, something extraordinary begins. The water starts to flicker, tiny pulses, sparkling threads, dots of light that hover, drift, or dart. Some pulse in rhythm, others blink chaotically, as if triggered by unseen cues. You're surrounded, but not watched, at least, not in the way we understand. Down here, to be seen is to be eaten. So the creatures glow, to disappear. Some use light to camouflage themselves from predators lurking below. Others flash to dazzle attackers. A few emit slow pulses that look like drifting detritus, a hypnotic decoy. This is the paradox of the Twilight Zone, a place where everything glows, to stay hidden. Scientists have a name for this light show: bioluminescence. But naming something doesn't always mean we understand it. At its core, bioluminescence is a chemical reaction, luciferin reacting with oxygen to produce light. But the ways it's used are anything but simple. In the mesopelagic zone, it's not a gimmick, it's a language, and it's everywhere. Researchers estimate that around 90% of known mesopelagic creatures are bioluminescent in some form. But it's what we don't know that's more staggering. Because despite decades of deep-sea exploration, the mesopelagic remains one of the most undersampled layers of the ocean. Trawling nets often destroy the delicate creatures that dwell here. Cameras frighten them off, or miss them entirely. What we've seen is only the faintest glimpse. Take the lanternfish, a small, sleek swimmer with rows of glowing photophores along its flanks. These lights don't just flicker randomly. They can be turned on and off, shifted in pattern and brightness. Some believe they're used to identify each other, to court mates, or to signal danger. Then there's the hatchetfish, its body shaped like a silver blade, reflecting faint light from above while emitting a soft glow beneath. To predators below, it becomes invisible, its bioluminescence matching the weak sunlight filtering down. It's called counter-illumination, and it's one of the most elegant forms of camouflage nature has ever devised. But not every creature here is subtle. The stoplight loosejaw, a predatory fish with a hinged, almost skeletal jaw, emits red bioluminescence. A rare trick, since most deep-sea creatures can't see red light at all, which gives the loosejaw an edge. It shines a red spotlight into the dark, revealing prey that can't even see the danger coming. A private flashlight in a world of blindness. But even the stoplight loosejaw is known. It's the ones we haven't classified that keep researchers awake. In 2015, a remotely operated vehicle captured footage of an unfamiliar creature drifting in the Gulf of Mexico. It looked like a jellyfish at first, translucent, gelatinous, pulsing, but its body unfurled in strange ways. Delicate tendrils looped and writhed. Its bell opened, then twisted in a way no known species does. It seemed more like a living parachute, or an alien origami sculpture made of light. Later analysis tentatively placed it within the genus Deep Staria, a rare jellyfish group. But even now, no consensus has been reached. Was it a new species, or just an ancient one, rising unseen from a deeper layer? The footage remains inconclusive. The creature has not been seen again. This is the pattern. Blink, and it's gone. Recordings exist, brief, grainy, haunting. But the subjects often remain unnamed. It's like watching a conversation in a language you don't speak, between voices you can't trace. One of the most mysterious questions in the study of bioluminescence is not how, but why. We know the chemical pathways. We've isolated the enzymes, but we don't fully understand the intent. In some species, light is used for hunting. In others, for evading. Some display elaborate sequences, pulses that seem to respond to one another. Are they communicating? And if so, what are they saying? In the 1990s, marine biologist Edith Widder began deploying unobtrusive deep-sea cameras to record bioluminescent displays without disturbing the creatures. What she captured startled even her team. Flashes from one side of the frame would be answered by pulses from the other. Spirals of light would trigger counterspirals. Some creatures would stop glowing when approached. Others would escalate their patterns. It looked unmistakably like dialogue. Not language as we know it, but a form of signaling, an exchange of information. Not just defense, not just deception, something more. This led to a hypothesis that bioluminescence in the mesopelagic isn't just individual adaptation, it's ecological, social. That in this twilight zone, the ocean speaks in light. But who is listening? That's a question without a clear answer, because alongside the flashes of known creatures are patterns that don't match any species on record. Some resemble bursts of Morse code. Others look like strobing signatures, repeating with perfect precision, then stopping entirely. In 2008, a team from NOAA deployed a low-light camera rig beneath the Monterey submarine canyon. For 10 nights, it recorded undisturbed footage of the mesopelagic. On the 7th night, something unexpected appeared. A series of flashes, 5 pulses, a pause, then 3, repeating every 2 minutes. No creature was seen, just the pattern. The rig's sensors detected faint movement in the distance, but nothing identifiable. For days afterward, researchers debated the cause. Electrical interference, artifact, or something signaling from beyond the edge of the camera's reach. No answer was found. The footage was archived. But that sequence, 5, pause, 3, has since been reported by 2 other deep-sea expeditions. One in the Indian Ocean, one in the Philippine Trench. Neither found a source. Not all bioluminescence is soft. Some creatures use explosive flashes, sudden bursts that stun predators or confuse prey. The Atolla jellyfish, for instance, emits a ring of bright light when disturbed, a luminous scream designed to attract bigger predators to scare off whatever is attacking it. It's called a burglar alarm display, and it works. But here's the catch. Sometimes that display is triggered without any known attacker nearby, as if the jellyfish is responding to something unseen, or perhaps something only it can perceive. It raises a possibility few scientists want to entertain, that there are predators in the twilight zone we haven't discovered. That bioluminescence is not just for communication or camouflage, but for warning or calling for help. What kind of creature stalks this silent layer, triggering fear responses before it's even visible? And why? Haven't we seen it? The answer may lie in the limits of our tools. Cameras illuminate what's nearby. Sonar maps shapes. Nets catch only what's slow or unlucky. But the twilight zone is vast, and its residents are often faster than our machines. We are, in effect, looking through a keyhole into a room filled with moving lights and trying to name the dancers. In recent years, new technology has allowed for passive observation, tools that don't scare off bioluminescent creatures. Autonomous gliders and deep drifters now patrol the twilight zone silently, gathering data without light or noise. What they've begun to detect is deeply strange. Not just flashes, but formations. Swarms of small glowing creatures moving in coordinated spirals. Vertical chains of pulses rising like glowing kelp. And once, a dome of light that expanded and vanished in an instant, triggering responses from dozens of species nearby. To this day, no one knows what caused the dome. There was no physical object detected, no shape, just light, perfectly spherical, and gone. Some believe it was a defensive display, from a massive jellyfish or squid. Others suggest a geological event, a rapid gas release from the seafloor. But those theories don't match the symmetry or the timing. What if it wasn't defensive, but deliberate? What if it was a beacon? Among the most provocative theories surrounding the mesopelagic is one whispered at the edges of scientific discourse, that some bioluminescent displays aren't random, that they might be repeating not just across space, but time, signals, not between individuals, but between generations, patterns encoded into behavior, pulses passed down, memory written in light. It's not impossible. We know that many deep-sea creatures rely on inherited behaviors. Some never meet their parents. They're born adrift, alone, navigating by instinct. What if that instinct includes more than movement? What if it includes ritual, display, light sequences that don't evolve, but persist? Some researchers have even mapped recurring pulse patterns that appear in multiple species, different bodies, same rhythm. They call them shared signatures, and no one knows what they mean. Are they ancestral, evolutionary convergence, or something older? In the end, the bioluminescent labyrinth isn't just a layer of the sea, it's a mirror, reflecting the limits of our understanding and the scale of the unknown. We've only explored a fraction of this twilight realm. Most of its species remain uncatalogued, its signals untranslated. But one thing is certain: the creatures of the mesopelagic are not passive. They interact, they signal, they respond, and whether they glow to survive or to speak, they do so with a precision that suggests purpose, a language we don't yet speak, in a world we're only just beginning to see. So next time you look out across the open sea, remember, between the light above and the dark below, there is a place that flickers, not with fire, not with sound, but with living stars. And some of them might be calling, not to us, but to each other, in a code older than speech, a labyrinth of light, still shifting, still speaking, and still unanswered. Story 16. The Hadal snailfish. Life beyond pressure. From the flickering pulse of the twilight zone, where glowing organisms signaled through light in the endless dusk, we descend now past even the memory of sunlight. Below the deepest whispers of whales, beyond the tangled dance of bioluminescent life, lies a pressure-choked world untouched by human eyes until very recently. A place where no glimmer reaches, no warmth circulates, and no map offers certainty. It is here, in the silent corridors of the Hadal realm, that a small, ghost-like creature glides through the stillness. Translucent, fragile, unthinkably deep, the Hadal snailfish. At first glance, it seems impossible. A being so delicate, so paper-thin, existing in a place where steel would fold like parchment, where deep-diving submarines groan under the strain, where the pressure is over 1,000 times that of the surface. And yet, there it moves, not struggling, not hiding, but drifting with purpose, like it belongs there, like it has always belonged there. Its body is soft, nearly gelatinous, its skin nearly invisible. Its bones are not hardened by calcium, but shaped by a kind of biological patience, adapted over millennia to resist the unresistible. These aren't survivors, they are residents. Welcome to the world of the deepest living fish on Earth. Not a monster of myth, not a leviathan wrapped in sailors' tales, but something stranger, a creature that defies our assumptions by simply existing. Let us follow it, not through tunnels of light, but into folds of silence. The story begins with a descent, the kind that takes hours. To reach the depths where the Hadal snailfish resides, one must travel over 26,000 feet downward. These zones are named for Hades, the Greek underworld, and rightly so. This is the Hadal pelagic, less than 1% of the ocean, but it stretches deeper than Everest is tall. These aren't underwater valleys, they are trenches, scars in the planet's crust, formed where tectonic plates grind and fold beneath each other. Places like the Mariana Trench, the Kermadec Trench, the Philippine Trench, all share one characteristic: extremity. Here, at these crushing depths, the weight of the ocean stacks relentlessly on itself. It presses with a force that would pulverize the hull of most vessels. It would collapse a human body in an instant. The temperature hovers near freezing. The darkness is absolute. And yet, in this near-alien void, life stirs. In 2008, the scientific community glimpsed something extraordinary. A Japanese remotely operated vehicle, or ROV, sent into the Japan Trench captured footage of what appeared to be a fish. It wasn't robust or armored. It didn't sport claws or thick hides like many deep-sea crustaceans. Instead, it was translucent, almost tender, a fish that looked like it could tear under its own weight. This was the first recorded sighting of the Hadal snailfish, a new kind of resident in a world thought inhospitable to vertebrate life. But it wouldn't be the last. In 2014, an international expedition led by researchers from the University of Aberdeen and the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology deployed deep-sea landers into the Mariana Trench. They were not expecting to find fish, and yet there they were, hovering inches above the silt, gliding slowly, deliberately, their bodies curved like ribbon. White, translucent, their organs faintly visible. They had no swim bladders, no hard bones. Their muscles seemed adapted for low-energy motion. Their faces bore a curious, almost childlike expression. Soft jaws, rounded heads, large black eyes adapted not for seeing, but sensing. Scientists called them Pseudoliparis swirei. They named them in honor of Herbert Swire, a Royal Navy officer aboard HMS Challenger, the first ship to survey the Mariana Trench in the 1870s. It was a fitting tribute. These were creatures Challenger never could have imagined. And they lived not just below the epipelagic zone or the mesopelagic, not just below the bathypelagic or the abyssopelagic. They lived deeper, the Hadal pelagic, between 6,000 meters and 8,000 meters deep, over 26,000 feet, deeper than light, deeper than most machines. And yet, they were thriving. But how? This is where the mystery begins. Because the Hadal snailfish is not just a biological curiosity, it is a paradox. Pressure at these depths is not a metaphor, it is lethal. At over 1,000 atmospheres, most proteins begin to denature. Cell membranes buckle. Enzymes cease to function. Even the simplest of metabolic processes become impossible. For decades, biologists believed vertebrate life had a depth limit, around 8,200 meters. Beyond that, the physiology of bones, nerves, and tissues would simply fail. And yet, there is footage, there are specimens, there is movement. What keeps them alive? One of the keys lies in the chemistry of their cells. The Hadal snailfish produces unusually high concentrations of a molecule called trimethylamine N-oxide, or TMAO. This compound stabilizes proteins against pressure. The deeper the fish, the more TMAO it must produce. In surface-dwelling species, TMAO is found in trace amounts. In the Hadal snailfish, it saturates every cell. There's a cost. TMAO gives fish their fishy smell, and it builds up osmotic pressure inside the cells, meaning there's a biological ceiling. Scientists speculate this ceiling exists around 8,200 meters, perhaps explaining why no fish have ever been filmed deeper than that. But the snailfish pushes against that ceiling. Their bones, light, cartilaginous. Their skin, delicate, unarmored. They don't resist the pressure. They yield to it. Like deep-sea origami, their bodies are shaped by collapse rather than strength. This isn't survival through defense. It's survival through surrender. And then there is the question of how they reproduce. Because down here, the rules change. There is no seasonal rhythm, no lunar pool, no daylight to guide spawning. Snailfish eggs are large, often over 5 millimeters in diameter, and unusually, they are laid in clusters beneath rocky ledges. Some species are known to use the empty shells of giant tube worms as nurseries. In the Hadal depths, researchers believe they may use similar shelters, crevices, pockets, mineral nodules, to protect their young from the crushing world outside. But we don't know for sure. We've never seen a Hadal snailfish lay eggs, never watched its courtship, never observed its young. Everything we know has come from brief footage, pressure-crushed samples, and guesses. Then there's the question of food. What could possibly nourish life this deep? There are no plants, no algae, no detritus drifting down in large amounts. And yet, the stomachs of captured snailfish tell a curious story. They are filled with amphipods, small shrimp-like crustaceans. These amphipods are detritivores, feeding on the slow rain of organic particles that descend from the ocean above. Bits of dead plankton, fecal matter, microscopic decay. The snailfish, then, are predators, but not of power, of patience. They lurk close to the sediment. Their jaws are suited not for tearing, but for suction. They inhale rather than bite. Their lives depend on efficiency. A single amphipod is a meal. A few in a day is enough. In 2017, a new depth record was set. A Hadal snailfish was filmed at 8,178 meters. That's over 5 miles beneath the surface. This fish, observed by researchers using ultra-deep landers in the Mariana Trench, was alone, gliding just above the trench floor. No other species were visible in the frame. No other fish. Just it. And the silence. It remains the deepest living fish ever recorded. But perhaps the strangest part of this story is not the fish itself, but what it represents. A vertebrate, a thing with a spine, with a nervous system, with eyes and a mouth and organs, existing in a place that, until recently, we didn't believe life could function at all. It calls into question every assumption we've made about biology, about limits, about the architecture of living systems. And it prompts a question that has haunted deep-sea research for decades. If life can exist here, where else might it exist? Because the Hadal zones of Earth are, in some ways, proxies for other worlds. Europa, Enceladus, Titan, moons of Jupiter and Saturn, each believed to harbour vast subsurface oceans beneath layers of ice. If simple, soft-bodied fish can exist at 8,000 metres on Earth, could similar life exist elsewhere? Adapted not through force, but through yielding. Not armoured, but translucent. Not monstrous, but small, quiet, and perfectly tuned to their strange home. The Hadal snailfish offers a blueprint, a proof of concept, not of alien life directly, but of possibility. That life finds a way not just in abundance, but in absence. Not in warmth, but in cold. Not in visibility, but in shadow. And perhaps the most haunting thought of all, they are not recent arrivals. These fish may have been here for tens of millions of years, outlasting surface catastrophes, unaffected by extinction events, living, dying, reproducing, in darkness so complete it cannot be described. We've only just seen them, but they have always seen us. Or rather, they've seen the shadows we cast, in sonar, in pressure, in movement. For in the deep, everything echoes. A descent, a landing, a shifting current. To a snailfish, these are as obvious as sunlight to us. And still, they stay. They glide through folds of trench that no camera has yet reached. Through zones too narrow, too angled, too silent for our machines. It is not just a fish, it is a message, a quiet one. That biology does not seek comfort, it seeks equilibrium. And if equilibrium exists in the most crushing pressure imaginable, then life will follow it, down, into the Hadal, and beyond. But there is something else, a final note. Some researchers have reported flickers in the footage, odd distortions in light, shapes that move too quickly, that never reappear. Artifacts, they say, technical glitches, compression errors. But some aren't so sure, because in the deepest trenches, landers sometimes record sounds, not clicks, not groans, but gliding frequencies, like a whisper moving through density, a trail, like something was just there and chose not to be seen. Perhaps the snailfish is not the deepest life. Perhaps it is only the deepest that allows itself to be found. And perhaps, just beyond it, something older, something quieter, still waits, still watches, in silence, in shadow, at the very bottom of the world. Story 17. The deep sea eels that never age. From the twilight illusions of the Hadal snailfish, so strange and fragile yet somehow resilient in pressure that could crush steel, we now shift our gaze from the deepest trenches to something no less confounding. Not something newly discovered, but something ancient, not defined by extremity of depth, but by extremity of lifespan and secrecy. Creatures that vanish without a trace into the open sea, and others that never seem to vanish at all. Let us now follow the drifting threads of one of the ocean's strangest enigmas, the mysterious case of the eels that never age. In the heart of the Atlantic, there is a place unlike any other, a slow-moving whirlpool of warm water trapped within cold. A gyre that coils in place like a giant sleeping serpent, half in myth and half in science. This is the Sargasso Sea, borderless, landless, and ringed by the North Atlantic Current. The Sargasso Sea is the only sea in the world defined entirely by ocean currents. Its name comes from the golden brown sargassum seaweed that floats atop it in thick, tangled mats. But this calm, eerie expanse of blue is more than a floating garden. It is a cradle, and perhaps a grave. For reasons still not fully understood, this sea is the only known spawning ground of two of the most elusive fish in existence, the American eel and the European eel, two species separated by continents. And yet, they share a common origin that seems to defy the rules of migration, genetics, and life itself. These eels are born in the Sargasso Sea, tiny, transparent larvae no bigger than a grain of rice. They drift for thousands of miles on ocean currents, transformed by time and salt and distance. And when they finally reach freshwater rivers across Europe or the eastern United States, they change again, becoming glass eels, then elvers, then yellow eels. They settle and they wait. Some hide in muddy riverbeds for decades. Others linger in coastal lagoons. They feed, they grow, but they never breed. Not until one day, if it ever comes, something changes, and they begin to move. Their bodies transform again. Their stomachs dissolve. Their skin darkens on top and lightens below. Their eyes enlarge to see in the deep. They become silver eels, and they vanish into the sea, returning to the same mysterious birthplace from which they came, to the Sargasso, to spawn and to die. That is the theory, but no human has ever witnessed the spawning. No eggs have ever been found in the wild. No mature female eel has ever been captured in the act. We know the Sargasso is the place because larval eels, called leptocephali, have been caught here, drifting among the sargassum mats. But how they arrive, when they spawn, what rituals occur in those final silent days, we do not know. This knowledge eludes us, not for lack of trying, but perhaps because the eels do not want to be known. They are shapeshifters after all, capable of transforming their appearance, their biology, and their habitat in ways that defy the common laws of vertebrate life. Aristotle studied them over 2,000 years ago, and even he could not determine how they reproduced. He concluded they must be born from mud. Sigmund Freud, before he became the father of psychoanalysis, tried to find the testicles of a male eel. He dissected hundreds. He never found them. And modern science, with all its tools and all its data, still cannot tell us precisely how the cycle completes itself. Because here is the stranger truth. Some eels never return. They live on, for decades, even a century. There are verified cases of individual eels living in aquariums or wells for over 80, even 100 years, without ever showing signs of reproductive transformation. One famous eel, known as Ål, lived in a Swedish well for 155 years, according to family records. While some dispute the details, the core fact remains. Some eels do not age in the way we understand. They exist in stasis, not immortal, but paused, waiting. For what? We do not know. And perhaps the more disturbing question is, what happens if they never get the signal? If they never transform? Do they simply continue, endlessly? Imagine such a creature, trapped in a pond or pipe or stagnant pool, unaffected by time, long after the building collapses, long after the world forgets, still alive, still waiting. How does a life like that end? The eel's ability to pause its own mortality is not just bizarre, it is biologically anomalous. Most animals age because cells degrade, but eels seem to slow this degradation to a crawl. They have unusually efficient DNA repair mechanisms, low metabolic rates, and a strange adaptability that allows them to survive in salt water, brackish water, and fresh water all at once. But there is something else, something harder to explain. Some researchers believe that the eel's development is not governed by an internal clock, but by external cues: temperature, salinity, magnetic fields, even lunar cycles. In captivity, without these cues, they remain frozen, undeveloped. In the wild, perhaps they wait for a precise alignment, a perfect storm of signals that tells them, now is the time. But what if that signal changes? What if the ocean, warmed by climate change, disrupts that delicate balance? What if some eels never get the message? Are we creating immortality by accident? Or are we simply breeding confusion into a system that was never meant to be understood? And then there is the deeper mystery still. Why do they do it at all? Why cross thousands of miles from landlocked rivers to the mid-Atlantic? Why spawn in a sea with no shores? Why only once? For the eel, reproduction is terminal. They spawn and then die. They invest everything in one final act, one final journey. Why not spawn multiple times like salmon? Why not stay in one place like trout? Why make the journey at all? And how do they even know where to go? Theories abound. One suggests that eels navigate using the Earth's magnetic field, that they possess a magnetosensory map written into their cells. Others believe it is chemical, that pheromones or ocean salinity guide them home. But home is a strange word here, because the eels leave the Sargasso as infants and do not return for decades. So how can they remember a place they've never seen? It is this paradox that continues to baffle marine biologists. That, and the fact that the European eel travels farther than any other known fish to spawn. From the rivers of Scandinavia to the mid-Atlantic, over 4,000 miles, only to die. One researcher likened the eel's journey to a pilgrimage to a place that has no temple, only ritual. It is not survival that drives them. It is mystery. There have been attempts to track this journey. Scientists have attached satellite tags to migrating eels. They watch as the eels descend into deep water, sometimes over 3,000 feet. And then the signals stop, whether due to tag failure, predation, or something else. We cannot follow. We are left with dots, fragments, and then silence. It is as if the final chapter of the eel's life occurs behind a veil, a curtain the ocean refuses to draw back. And perhaps that is why the eel has haunted our imagination for so long. Because it does not just evade us physically, it evades us symbolically. It is a creature that should not exist, a fish that acts like a reptile, a freshwater dweller born in salt, a shapeshifter that never reveals its final form. It is the sea's riddle. In myth, the eel was seen as serpentine, a symbol of transition. In some Japanese traditions, eels are associated with vitality. In Norse lore, they are symbols of transformation. And in modern science, they remain one of the few vertebrates whose full life cycle has never been witnessed in the wild. That alone should give us pause. We have mapped the genome of the human being. We have sent probes to the edge of the solar system. And yet, we do not know where the eel goes to die. We do not know why some never age, or why others travel thousands of miles to ensure their own extinction. Some say the eel is a relic, a leftover design from another time. Others say it is a blueprint, proof that biology can be stretched, bent, even rewritten. But perhaps it is neither. Perhaps the eel is a question, and the Sargasso is its answer. But it is an answer whispered in a language we no longer speak. And so, we are left to watch the rivers, to study the glassy-eyed elvers that drift inland each spring, to wonder which will remain, and which will one day transform, to wonder how many centuries an eel might live if never called home, and whether, in the dark water, some still wait, still changing, still listening, for a signal that may never come, a command from the sea, a voice in the current, that says, now, return, and be unmade. The ocean is filled with mysteries. Some drift in total darkness. Some vanish before we can name them. And others leave behind only questions, etched in scars, sounds, and shadowy glimpses. The creatures we've encountered today are more than strange. They challenge what we know about life and what we assume is possible. But for every deep-sea enigma we uncover, a dozen more remain unseen, just out of reach. If you enjoyed this journey into the unknown, make sure to subscribe and check out our other explorations, because beneath the surface, the mysteries never end. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay curious and stay safe.